Okay, let's try this again.
To and observing the witnesses. You may rely on your notes to refresh your memory during your deliberations. Otherwise, keep them confidential. After the trial, the notes will be collected and destroyed. You will not have a copy of the written transcript of the trial testimony available for use during your deliberations. You should pay careful attention to all the testimony because you must rely primarily on your memory of the evidence and testimony introduced
Okay,
during the
we
trial.
have sound.
The credibility
Yay!
of witnesses. It is the duty of the jury to scrutinize.
Hold on for a minute. Okay, let's start again. This is the Wisconsin versus Allan Brown, the alleged Midwest killing spree. I have no information about this trial, what has happened, so I'm going in completely naked. Well, figuratively speaking, not we will not have that much fun here. But yeah, I am trying to listen to the judge. I will play this in 1.25, so we will catch up because I am just about an hour behind. Okay, so there it is. I can cover the law and crime. And let's go.
Or by any other means. If anyone does so despite you telling them not to, you should report that to me.
Instructions.
Your deliberations and decisions.
Well,
Evidence is first a sworn testimony of witnesses both on direct and cross-examination, regardless of who called the witness. Second, the exhibits the court has received, whether or not an exhibit goes to the jury room. Third, any facts to which the lawyers have agreed or stipulated, but which the court has directed you to find. Falsifying testimony and all other facts and circumstances during the trial which tend either to support or to discredit the testimony. Then give to the testimony of each witness the weight you believe it should receive. In a determination of credibility, you must avoid any and all bias based on the witness's race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender identity, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. There's no magic way for you to evaluate the testimony. Instead, you should use your common sense and experience. In everyday life, you determine for yourself the reliability of things people say to you. You should do the same thing here.
Without
30 sub 1 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin is committed by one who recklessly endangers the safety of another human being under circumstances that show utter disregard for human life. The state's burden of proof. Before you may find a defendant guilty of first-degree reckless endangering safety, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following three elements were present. The elements of the crime the state must prove. Number one, the defendant endangered the safety of another human being, Wyand D. Avila. The defendant endangered the safety of Wyand D. Avila by criminally reckless conduct. Criminally reckless conduct means the conduct created a risk of death or great bodily harm to another person. The risk of death or great bodily harm was unreasonable and substantial, and the defendant was aware that his conduct created the unreasonable and substantial risk of death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means injury which creates a substantial risk of death or which causes serious permanent disfigurement or which causes a permanent or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ or other serious bodily injury. The circumstances of the defendant's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. In determining whether the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life, consider these factors: what the defendant was doing, why the defendant was engaged in that conduct, how dangerous the conduct was, how obvious the danger was, whether the conduct showed any regard for life, and all other facts and circumstances relating to the conduct. Consider also the defendant's conduct after the act alleged to have endangered safety to the that it helps you decide whether or not the circumstances show other disregard for human life at the time the act alleged to have endangered safety occurred. The jury's decision. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that all three elements of this offense were present, you should find the defendant guilty. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. Count one of the information alleges not only that the defendant committed the crime of first-degree reckless endangering safety, but also that the defendant did so while using a dangerous weapon. If you find the defendant guilty, you must answer the following question. Did the defendant commit the crime of first-degree reckless endangering safety by using a dangerous weapon? Dangerous weapon means any firearm, whether loaded or unloaded. A firearm is a weapon that acts by force of gunpowder. Before you may answer the question yes, you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crime while using a dangerous weapon. If you are not so satisfied, you must answer the question no. Count two, first-degree reckless endangering safety by use of a dangerous weapon. The second count of the information charges is Allan M. Brown on or about Thursday, October 21st, 2021, in the village of Bristol, the county of Kenosha, the state of Wisconsin, did recklessly endanger the safety of Coltrip under circumstances which showed other disregard for human life contrary to the Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. The statutory definition of the crime. First-degree reckless endangering safety, as defined in 941.30 sub 1 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is committed by one who recklessly endangers the safety of another human being under circumstances that showed other disregard for human life. The state's burden of proof. Before you may find a defendant guilty of first-degree reckless endangering safety, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following three elements were present. The elements of the crime the state must prove. Number one, the defendant endangered the safety of another human being, Coltrip. The defendant endangered the safety of Coltrip by criminally reckless conduct. Criminally reckless conduct means the conduct created a risk of death or great bodily harm to another person. The risk of death or great bodily harm was unreasonable and substantial. The defendant was aware that his conduct created the unreasonable and substantial risk of death or great bodily harm.
I'm watching this
Great
is
bodily harm means injury which
1.5
creates a
speed
substantial
and
risk of death,
it's
or
actually
which causes
sounding
serious
quite
permanent
normal.
disfigurement,
So
or which
I'm
causes a
wondering how
permanent or
slowly he's
protracted loss
talking.
or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ or other serious bodily injury. Number three, the circumstances of the defendant's conduct showed other disregard for human life. In determining whether the circumstances of the conduct showed other
I need
disregard for human
about
life, consider these factors.
1800 more hours.
What the defendant was doing, why the defendant was
So
engaged in that
yeah,
conduct, how dangerous the
let's see
conduct
how
was,
this
how
trial
obvious the
will,
danger
how
was,
close this
whether the
trial will
conduct
get me
showed
to
any
it.
regard for life, or all other facts and circumstances relating to the conduct. Consider also the defendant's conduct after the act alleged to have endangered safety to the extent that it helps you decide whether or not the circumstances showed other disregard for human life at the time the act alleged to have
I need to
endangered
go
safety
fetch
occurred.
more
The jury's
nicotine
decision.
pouches.
You're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that all three elements of this
Yeah,
offense were
listen to
present.
this guy for a
You should
minute.
find the defendant guilty. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. Count two of the information alleges not only that the defendant committed the crime of first-degree reckless endangering safety, but also that the defendant did so while using a dangerous weapon. If you find the defendant guilty, you must answer the following question. Did the defendant commit the crime of first-degree reckless endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Dangerous weapon means any firearm, whether loaded or unloaded. A firearm is a weapon that acts by force of gunpowder. Before you may answer this question, yes, you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crime while using a dangerous weapon. If you are not so satisfied, you must answer the question no. Count three, first-degree reckless endangering safety by use of a dangerous weapon. The third count of the information charges that Allan M. Brown, on or about Thursday, October 21st, 2021,
I
in the
should
village
have
of Bristol,
muted
county of
also.
Kenosha, the state of Wisconsin, to recklessly endanger the safety of Tift under circumstances which showed other disregard for human life contrary to the Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of the offense charge beyond a reasonable doubt. The statutory definition of the crime. First-degree reckless endangering safety, as defined in 941.30 sub 1 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is committed by one who recklessly endangers the safety of another human being under circumstances that showed other disregard for human life. The state's burden of proof. Before you may find a defendant guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following three elements were present. The elements of the crime the state must prove. Number one, the defendant endangered the safety of another human being, Terry Tift. The defendant endangered the safety of Terry Tift by criminally reckless conduct. Criminally reckless conduct means the conduct created a risk of death or great bodily harm to another person, and the risk of death or great bodily harm was unreasonable and substantial, and the defendant was aware that his conduct created the unreasonable and substantial risk of death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means injury which creates a substantial risk of death or which causes serious permanent disfigurement or which causes a permanent or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ or other serious bodily injury. The circumstances of the defendant's conduct showed other disregard for human life. In determining whether circumstances of the conduct showed other disregard for human life, consider these factors: what the defendant was doing, why the defendant was engaged in that conduct, how dangerous the conduct was, how obvious the danger was, whether the conduct showed any regard for life, and all other facts and circumstances relating to the conduct. Consider also the defendant's conduct after the act alleged to have endangered safety, to the extent that it helps you decide whether or not the circumstances showed other disregard for human life at the time the act alleged to have endangered safety occurred. The jury's decision. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that all three elements of this offense were present, you should find the defendant guilty. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. Count 3 of the information alleges not only that the defendant committed the crime of first-degree reckless endangering safety, but also that the defendant did so while using a dangerous weapon. If you find the defendant guilty, you must answer the following question. Did the defendant commit the crime of first-degree reckless endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Dangerous weapon means any firearm, whether loaded or unloaded. A firearm is a weapon that acts by force of gunpowder. Before you may answer this question,
is all
yes,
going to
you must be
intent.
satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt
So
that the defendant committed the
that's the
crime while
requisition
using a
for
dangerous
first-degree
weapon. If you are
murder.
not so satisfied, you must answer
And
the question
as
no.
we said,
Count 4,
as we saw,
possession of a
he's
firearm.
allegedly killed
The fourth count
two
of the
people,
information charges is Allan M. Brown
carjacking,
on or about Thursday, October 21st,
shooting a police
2021,
dog.
in the village of Bristol, the county Kenosha, the state of Wisconsin, did possess a firearm, having been convicted of a crime elsewhere that would be a felony if committed in the state, contrary to section 941.21 sub M sub B of the Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. The statutory definition of the crime, section 941.21 sub 1M of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is violated by a person who possesses a firearm if that person has been convicted of a felony. The state's burden of proof.
I
Before you may
thought
find a defendant
Kenosha
guilty
was
of
a
this
small
offense,
town,
the
but
state must prove by evidence
stuff
that
happens there.
satisfies you
But
beyond
this
a
is
reasonable doubt
Wisconsin. Is
that the
this
following
Kenosha as
two
well?
elements were present. The elements of the crime the state must prove. Number one, the defendant possessed a firearm. A firearm means a weapon which acts by force of gunpowder. It is not necessary that the firearm was loaded or capable of being fired. Possessed means that the defendant not only had actual physical control of a firearm. It is not required that the person own an item in order to possess it. What is required is that the person exercise control over the item. Number two, the defendant had been convicted of a felony before October 21st, 2021. The parties have agreed that the defendant was convicted of a felony before October 21st, 2021, and you must accept this as conclusively proved. The jury's decision.
There's
If you are
a lot
satisfied
of
beyond a
shooting
reasonable
going
doubt
on
that
in
both elements of
Kenosha.
this offense have been proved,
Huh.
you should find the defendant guilty. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. Count 5, harassment of police animals. The fifth count of the information charges is Allan M. Brown on or about Thursday, October 21st, 2021, in the village of Bristol, the county Kenosha, the state of Wisconsin, did intentionally strike an animal. by using a dangerous weapon, knowing that the animal that is the victim is used by law enforcement agencies to perform agency functions or duties and cause injury to that animal, contrary to 951.18 sub 2M Wisconsin statutes and contrary to 951.095 1C of the Wisconsin statute. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. The statutory definition of the crime, section 951.095 and 951.18 2M
Microwaved
of the
coffee.
Criminal Code of Wisconsin are violated by one who causes injury to an animal that is used by law enforcement agency to perform agency functions by intentionally striking, shoving, kicking, or otherwise subjecting the animal to physical contact and knows that the animal is used by law enforcement agencies to perform agency functions. The state's burden of proof. Before you may find a defendant guilty to this offense, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following four elements were present. The elements of the crime the state must prove: number one,
He's
canine
very
Riggs was an animal used by law
voice
enforcement agency
judge.
to perform
So I'm glad
agency
I'm
functions.
pulling
The
this in
defendant knew that the animal was used by
1.25
law
speed.
enforcement agency to perform agency functions. The defendant intentionally struck, shoved, kicked, or otherwise subject the animal to physical contact. Striking, shoving, kicking, or otherwise subject the animal to physical contact cause injury to the animal. Jury's decision. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that all four elements of this offense have been proven, you should find the defendant guilty. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. Count 6, mistreating an animal, use of a dangerous weapon. Count 6 of the information charges at Allan Brown on or about Thursday, October 21st, 2021. In the village of Bristol, the county Kenosha, the state of Wisconsin, did intentionally treat in a cruel manner an animal, canine Riggs, he knew was used by law enforcement agency to perform agency functions or duties, causing injury to the animal, contrary to section 951.02
Yeah,
of the
if
Wisconsin
it's proven
statutes,
he shot a dog, then
contrary to section 939.63 sub 1C of the Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of the offense charged.
does anyone know the name of this
The
judge?
statutory definition of the crime, mistreating an animal, as defined
I'm
in
really going in
951.02 and
knowing absolutely
951.18
nothing about
of the Criminal
what
Code of Wisconsin is
the
committed
trial,
by one who
not the
intentionally
judge,
treats an
not
animal in a cruel
the
manner.
attorneys,
State's burden
not
of proof,
the
where you may find a defendant guilty of this offense.
not who
State
is
must prove by
the
evidence
prosecutor.
which satisfies you
So,
beyond a reasonable doubt that the following
when
two
we
elements were present.
when there is a
The
break
elements of
in
the
this,
crime
I
the state
will
must
look
prove: number
it
one,
up so I can
the
be
defendant
a
treated an
bit
animal,
more
canine Riggs, in a
informative
cruel
to
manner. Cruel means causing unnecessary and excessive pain or suffering or unjustifiable injury or death. Number two, the defendant intentionally treated canine Riggs in a cruel manner. Intentionally requires that the defendant acted with the mental purpose to treat the animal in a cruel manner or was aware that the conduct was practically certain to cause that result. The jury's decision. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that both elements of this offense have been proved, you should find the defendant guilty. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. If you find the defendant intentionally treated an animal in a cruel manner, you must answer the following question. Did the defendant cause injury to the animal and know that the animal was used by law enforcement to perform agency functions or duties? Before you may answer this question, yes, you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the answer to this question is yes. If you are not so satisfied, you must answer the question no. Count 6 of the information alleges not only that the defendant committed the crime of mistreating an animal, but also the defendant did so while using a dangerous weapon. You find the defendant guilty, you must answer the following question. Did the defendant commit the crime of mistreating an animal while using a dangerous weapon? Dangerous weapon means any firearm. Whether loaded or unloaded, a firearm is a weapon that acts by force of gunpowder. Before you may answer this question, yes, you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crime while using a dangerous weapon. If you are not so satisfied, you must answer the question no. Count 7, failure to comply with the officer's attempt to take a person into custody. The seventh count of the information charges that Allan M. Brown, on or about Thursday, October 21st, 2021, in the village of Bristol, the county Kenosha, the state of Wisconsin, did intentionally refuse to comply with an officer's lawful attempt to take him or her into custody and retreats or remains in a building or place and through action or threat attempted to prevent the officer from taking him or her into custody while doing each of the above, remained or became armed with a dangerous weapon, or threatened to use a dangerous weapon, regardless of whether he had a dangerous weapon, contrary to section 946.415 sub 2 of the Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of the offense charge beyond a reasonable doubt. The statutory definition of the crime, section 946.415 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is violated by a person who intentionally does all of the following: refuses to comply with the officer's lawful attempt to take the person into custody, retreats or remains in a building or place through
South
action
Africa.
or threats,
My first viewer from
to prevent
South
the officer
Africa.
from taking the person into custody, and remains or becomes armed with a dangerous weapon or threatens to use a dangerous weapon, regardless of whether the person has a dangerous weapon. The state's burden of proof. Before you may find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following three elements are present. The elements of the crime the state must prove: number one, the defendant intentionally refused to comply with the officer's lawful attempt to take the defendant into custody. Intentionally requires that the defendant knew that an officer was lawfully attempting to take the defendant into custody. Number two, the defendant intentionally retreated or remained in a building or place and through action or threat intentionally attempted to prevent the officer from taking the defendant into custody. While committing elements 1 and 2, the defendant intentionally remained or became armed with a dangerous weapon. Deciding upon intent and knowledge. You cannot look into a person's mind to find intent or knowledge. Intent and knowledge must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances, in this case, bearing upon intent and knowledge. The jury's decision. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that all three elements of this offense have been proved, you should find the defendant guilty. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. Count 8, driving or operating a vehicle without owner's consent, use of a dangerous weapon. The 8th count of the information charges Allan M. Brown, on or about Thursday, October 21st, 2021, in the village of Bristol, county Kenosha, state of Wisconsin, did intentionally drive or operate a vehicle, a 2016 Buick Encore, without consent to the owner, Miguel Padilla, during a carjacking of the vehicle, contrary to 943.23 sub 3 and 939.63 sub 1C. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of the offense charge beyond a reasonable doubt. The statutory definition of the crime: driving or operating a vehicle with owner's consent, as defined in 943.23 sub 3 of the Wisconsin Code of Wisconsin, of the Criminal Code of the state of Wisconsin, is committed by one who intentionally drives or operates a vehicle without consent to the owner. The state's burden of proof. Before you may find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements are present. The elements of the crime the state must prove. Number one, the defendant intentionally drove or operated a vehicle without consent to the owner. Drive means to exercise physical control over the speed and direction of a vehicle while it is in motion. Operate means the physical manipulation or activation of any of the controls of a vehicle necessary to put it into motion. The defendant knew the owner of the vehicle did not consent to the driving or operating the vehicle. Deciding about intent and knowledge. You cannot look into a person's mind to find intent and knowledge. Intent and knowledge must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon intent and knowledge. The jury's decision. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that both elements of this offense have been proved, you should find the defendant guilty. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. Count 8 of the information alleges not only that the defendant committed the crime of drive or operate a vehicle without owner's consent, but also the defendant did so while possessing a dangerous weapon. If you find the defendant guilty, you must answer the following question. Did the defendant commit the crime of drive or operate a vehicle without owner's consent while possessing a dangerous weapon.
Thank you.
Dangerous weapon means any firearm, whether loaded or unloaded. A firearm is a weapon that acts by force of gunpowder. Before you may answer this question, yes, you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed a crime while possessing a dangerous weapon. If you are not so satisfied, you must answer the question no. Count 9, attempted escape from custody resulting from legal arrest for a crime. The 9th count of the information charges that Allan M. Brown, on or about Friday, October 29th, 2021, in the village of Bristol, County Kenosha, state of Wisconsin, attempted to intentionally escape from custody, having been lawfully arrested for a crime, contrary to section 946.42, sub 3A and 939. Sub 3.2 of the Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of the offense charge beyond a reasonable doubt. The statutory definition of the crime. A crime of attempted escape from custody, as defined in 939.32 and 946.42 sub 3 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is committed by a person who, with intent to commit escape from custody, does an act toward the commission of the crime, which demonstrates unequivocally, under all the circumstances, that he had formed the intent and would commit the crime except for the intervention of another person or other extraneous factor. The state's burden of proof. Before you may find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following 2 elements are present. The elements of the crime the state must prove. Number 1, first element of attempted escape from custody requires that the defendant intended to commit the crime of escape from custody.
Escape from
The
custody.
crime of escape from custody
That
is
should be
committed by
that
one
they
who
tried to
intentionally
apprehend him
escapes from
and
custody,
he tried to
and
run,
that
I
custody
guess.
resulted from a legal arrest for a crime. The elements of escape from custody are as follows. Number 1, the defendant was in custody. Custody means a physical control of a person by a peace officer. A person is also in custody when temporarily outside of an institution for the purpose of receiving medical care. The custody resulted from a legal arrest for a crime. An arrest for a crime is legal when the officer making the arrest has reasonable grounds to believe the person is committing or has committed a crime. First-degree recklessness, endangering safety, possession of a firearm by an out-of-state felon, harassment of a police animal, mistreatment of an animal, failure to comply with the officer's attempt to take into custody or drive or operate a motor vehicle without owner's consent are all crimes. The defendant escaped from custody. Escape means to leave in any manner without lawful permission or authority. The escape from custody was intentional. This requires that the defendant intentionally escape from custody. It is that the defendant had the mental purpose to escape. The crime charged against the defendant in this case, however, is not escape from custody as defined, but an attempt to commit the crime of escape from custody. The second
distracting when reading up all of it. Over here in Sweden, for you who doesn't know, I am in Sweden. I am a union rep. I do labor law.
That the defendant intended to and would have committed the crime of
the main crimes will be presented,
except for the intervention of another person or some other extraneous factor.
Or the lesser crimes, if the prosecution chooses to involve it, they will be included in the higher crime.
From the defendant's acts under the circumstances. Meaning of another person. Another person means anyone but the defendant and may include the intended victim.
It's free.
Meaning of
I have lots of interesting content for you
is something
when
outside
it's
the
not
knowledge
this
of the defendant
trial.
or outside the defendant's control. Deciding about intent. You cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and circumstances, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances, in this case, bearing upon intent. The jury's decision. If you're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that all the elements of attempted escape from custody.
I don't know. I'm trying to find that out. Hopefully, they will present the name when we go on to the opening statements.
The lawyers will now make their opening statements. The purpose of an opening statement is to give the lawyers an opportunity to tell you what they expect the evidence will show so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during a trial. I must caution you, opening statements are not evidence. With that, let's have the state's opening statement.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, my name is Alex Mathers. I'm the prosecutor assigned to this case. I represent the state of Wisconsin. This case comes down to 33 seconds. That's right, 33 seconds. This whole case, you'll be here for several days, and the most important part of this is 33 seconds. That's how long it took for the defendant, Mr. Brown, to decide that he was not going to go cooperatively with Kenosha County Sheriff's deputies when they attempted to take him into custody on behalf of the Chicago Police Department. So let's rewind. October 21st, 2021. Officers are on duty, Kenosha County Sheriff's Department officers, just on their regular patrol when they get dispatch information. A detective from the Chicago Police Department called Kenosha to report that a suspect in 2 homicides down in Chicago had stolen a vehicle, and that vehicle was being tracked by OnStar to Benson Corners gas station, which, if you're not familiar with, is in Bristol, right on Highway 50, right off of Highway 45. So the detective calls us and says, hey, can you send some deputies to see if the car is there and to see if the vehicle is occupied and by whom? They don't know who's involved in these homicides. They just know the car that was stolen is in our jurisdiction, and they call Kenosha for help. Deputy Coltrip is one of the first deputies on scene. He happened to be nearby. He drives through the parking lot, sees that the vehicle is occupied by one person, and he parks across the gas station lot just to keep an eye while other officers respond. While he's watching the vehicle, you'll hear that the brake lights are going on and off, that he sees movement within the vehicle, so someone's in there. Other officers do arrive. You'll hear from Deputy Juan Avila, Deputy Patrick Wyand, and Deputy Terry Tift. With Deputy Terry Tift is his canine officer, Canine Rakes. He and Canine Rakes have been at this for a long time. They are trained. This is what they do. They catch the bad guys. So they all show up, and as soon as the 4 deputies are there, Deputy Tift makes the call and says, let's initiate a high-risk traffic stop. Again, they have the stolen vehicle. They have someone in it. He's pumping the brakes. Let's go. And this is where those 33 seconds come into play. All 4 vehicles surround the defendant and the stolen vehicle. Deputy Coltrip
I will try, but
gets on the intercom and says, get out of the vehicle with your hands
depends on
up.
how
And that
late
starts the clock.
this will end
He
today.
starts giving
If I
commands.
will
There's lights.
manage to get
There's
the
4
last
vehicles, all
hour
marked
in. If
Kenosha
I
County
don't,
Sheriff's Department. He's not giving
I
them
will
lawful
start
commands to get
with
out
the
of the
last
vehicle.
hour tomorrow.
The defendant has no intention of being taken into custody. 0. He's gotten out of Chicago, he's gotten to Kenosha, and he's looking to keep going. So the defendant immediately gets out of the vehicle and starts running. All 4 officers plus Canine Riggs jump out of their squads and give chase. Canine Riggs is trained to chase and stop a suspect, so he goes first. While officers are chasing the defendant, he produces a firearm. The defendant then looks back toward the 3 officers who are right behind him, Deputy Coltrip, Deputy Avila, Deputy Tift, and he takes that.
A quick stop here. This is opening statements. This is not evidence. This is the prosecution telling their narrative about what happened. This is still something they have to prove with evidence, testimony, expert testimony, and so on. Just so now I do believe most of you already know this, but in case 1 or 2 of you doesn't, this is what's happening.
Gun, and he goes like behind his back and shoots 1 round at law enforcement officers. He then keeps running, but doesn't get too far because Canine Riggs is on him. Canine Riggs jumps on the defendant and bites the defendant's left arm. You will see from multiple body cameras and surveillance video that the 2 of them then tumble into a grassy area just outside of the gas station. While on the ground, the defendant kind of gets up, takes the firearm, points it directly at Canine Riggs' head.
You never know in Kenosha County.
Shoots Canine Riggs right in the head. Canine Riggs tumbles away. The defendant also tumbles a bit, gets up with the gun again. And it's at this point that officers fire. You'll hear how Deputy Coltrip fired 9 rounds. Deputy Tift fired 5 rounds. They shot the defendant in the abdomen, lower abdomen, upper left thigh, and upper left arm. Last shot, from first command to last shot, 33 seconds.
That's a
After being
lot
shot,
of
the
shots
defendant lays down,
and
face
a lot of
down
misses.
on the ground, and doesn't move. Officers can't see the gun. He's still breathing and still moving, so they just hold him there with guns, giving him commands. He's still refusing to get up or cooperate. Other deputies rush on scene. You'll hear from Deputy David Gomez, Deputy Anthony Schmidt, and Deputy Alexander Hyatt. They all come on scene. They see that the gun is away from the defendant's hands, and they rush and take him into custody and immediately perform life-saving measures. Immediately begin treating the gunshot wounds. Paramedics are called, supervision is called, and then they start worrying about the defendant and his life. While all this is going on, probably wondering what happened to K9 Riggs. After he tumbles, he runs directly into traffic. Luckily, you may remember this if you're from that area, Highway 50 was under pretty heavy construction in October of 21 and around there. So there weren't a lot of vehicles. He was not hit by a vehicle, but he runs into traffic. Deputy Tift gives chase, is able to catch him by his leash and pull him in. Tift notices immediately he has a gunshot wound to the head, but he's alert, he's walking. So Deputy Tift puts him in his squad car. Then he checks the suspect vehicle to make sure no one else is in there, and then immediately rushes K9 Riggs for medical attention to a veterinary.
That is a lot of shots, a lot of misses, and the bullets that did hit, well, it caused damage, but I'm amazed that he is alive with, But then again, maybe it's lucky for him that the cops were so bad shots that he actually managed to survive to stand trial, and we will see what the evidence tells us regarding this. Because if he is found not guilty, then it could have meant that the officers shot and killed an innocent man. But as you know, I'm a big advocate for presumption of innocence. The state have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And but I've seen here from the chat that this should be a cut and dry, whatever you call it, case. But you never know. We are in Kenosha County. Strange things happens in Kenosha.
Marion and Paddock Lake. Riggs is treated there and then transported down to Illinois to a trauma center.
Heidegger.
He's ultimately treated there. K9 Riggs is one of the luckiest dogs you will ever see. You will hear how the bullet entered the middle of his head, traveled along his skull through the muscle, and exited out behind his ear. So other than damage to the muscle area, K9 Riggs survived. K9 Riggs, you'll hear, is back on the road, back on duty, back serving the citizens of Kenosha County. But obviously, officers did not know that when he was shot and did not know that in the minutes afterwards. You will hear from the paramedics who arrived on scene and treated the defendant, how they located the gunshot wounds, treated him on scene, transported him to St. Catherine's or Frederick Hospital in Pleasant Prairie for treatment. And this is where the kind of second part of the trial begins. So the first part you'll hear from Kenosha County. The second part you'll hear from Racine County. Because when an officer is involved in a shooting, they don't investigate themselves. Another law enforcement agency comes in to investigate the officer-involved shooting, investigates the crime that took place. So they are a neutral, third-party law enforcement agency that investigates. So this is when you'll begin to hear from multiple investigators from the Racine County Sheriff's Department. The primary investigator is Susan Conley. She'll be sitting with me the whole trial. She was in charge, her along with Lieutenant Sheriff, telling people, you do this, you do that, let's get this. So they're kind of in charge with all the moving wheels. You'll hear from an investigator who took drone video. You'll hear from an investigator who took custody of the defendant's firearm. That firearm was not touched, you'll hear, by Kenosha County Sheriffs. They know better, they're trained better. They left it there for the Racine deputies to take care of. You'll hear how it was a small caliber, a 32 caliber, very old weapon, I think from the 30s, around there, and how only 2 bullets got off because the firearm jammed. So that is why the defendant was unable to shoot any further bullets. You'll hear how the gun jammed, how they had to unjam it, and then they took that into custody. You'll hear from multiple individuals from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab who were called to the scene to do bullet counts. They'll show you where the bullets were located, both from the officers as well as from the defendant. I should say casings. The bullet casings were located. You'll see photographs, aerial drone photographs. You'll hear from all these people who investigated the crime to make sure that everything was done according to the book. You'll also hear from Dr. Jennifer Herring. She's a vet who treated canine rigs. And you'll see pictures of his injuries. She'll tell you his treatment plan, how he was in the hospital from October 21st to October 24th, and then discharged from there after treatment. Finally, you'll hear about what happened on October 29th, so 8 days later. The defendant is still in custody at St. Catherine's Freighter in Pleasant Prairie, receiving treatment, but obviously still in custody for his charges. So he's being guarded by multiple deputies from the Racine County Sheriff's Department. You'll hear how they're about to discharge him from the hospital, that he's been there, he's had surgery, he's been treated for his gunshot wounds. You will hear how the defendant takes this opportunity to try one more time not to be held responsible for his actions, either in Chicago or in Kenosha, and he tries to escape. He takes the opportunity of discharge and not being as fully shackled or handcuffed as he was before. You'll hear from the deputies who were walking him up and down the hallway as he's, after major surgery, they make you walk the hallways. As he's walked the hallways, he's looking at the exits, he's looking at the officers' firearms, trying to figure out what to do next. And then finally, how he tries to run out of his room into a fire escape hallway. He doesn't make it very far. Deputies take him into custody again immediately. But that's the last portion you'll hear. As I said before, you'll see body cameras, surveillance video. You'll hear from crime lab experts. At the end of all this, there will be no question in your mind of what the defendant did.
This will be very interesting to compare this case to the Anderson case, where they convicted him on very little of what they claimed to have in the opening statement. So it will be really, really interesting to see how this develops.
That is the beauty of technology and body cameras. You will see it from
I don't have that.
And there will be no question left in your mind
I
that the
don't know where
defendant
that
recklessly
setting is.
endangered the safety of deputies Avila, Coltrip, and Tift when he fired a shot at them, that he caused injury and struck canine rigs, knowing full well he was a law enforcement dog, that he failed to comply with officers' attempt to take him into custody by trying to run and continuing to arm himself with a weapon, that he possessed that weapon and is an admitted felon, and that he operated this motor vehicle without consent as he carjacked it from Chicago. And there'll be no doubt that he tried to escape. One last ditch effort to not be held responsible. So at the end of all the testimony, ladies and gentlemen, I will ask that you find the defendant guilty of all 9 counts. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's doing the defense's opening? Go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see who this guy is.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as the state mentioned, you're going to hear a lot of evidence and you're going to see a lot of video footage during the course of this trial. All I ask is that you keep an open mind, use your own eyes and ears to determine what happened in this case, and most importantly, I ask that you hold the state to their burden of proof to prove each element of each charge against Mr. Brown beyond a reasonable doubt. I'll be back after all the evidence has been presented, and I will ask that you return a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Wait, what?
Right.
Wait.
Before the
That's it?
evidence starts. And
Hold on. That's it? That's his opening statement? What? What? That's it. That's the entirety of the opening statement. You have to be kidding me. And he didn't even say his name. Who is this guy? Yeah, the prosecution did it in less than 20 minutes, maybe less than 15 minutes. And this guy goes up and says, I don't know, something that I could fit into a tweet. Are you kidding me? Let's go back and see exactly how long this took. It's fondling the microphone.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as the state mentioned, you're going to hear a lot of evidence and you're going to see a lot of video footage during the course of this trial. All I ask is that you keep an open mind, use your own eyes and ears to determine what happened in this case. And most importantly, I ask that you hold the state to their burden of proof to prove each element of each charge against Mr. Brown beyond a reasonable doubt. I'll be back after all the evidence has been presented, and I will ask that you return a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
That's 22 seconds. A 22-second opening statement. Are you freaking kidding me? What? I don't know what to say. 22-second opening statement. This guy needs a foot in the arse. Yeah, let's continue to see what this is a walkover. If this is all they got, and it's Tuesday, they are supposed to be done the trial by the end of the week, and there's a lot of stuff from the prosecution that has to be moved in as evidence, the expert testimony. I'm a bit afraid that they won't put on a defense case at this time. Yeah, this will be interesting.
Thank you. Right. Before the evidence starts and you get your notebooks and pad, we'll take a short break, okay, about 5-10 minutes. Then we'll come back and we'll start the testimony, okay? Go in the back, relax for about 5-10 minutes.
When the break is longer than the defense opening statement, then you have a serious issue. What the actual? That would be my accent. I said foot in the R's, not being effed in the R's. just to make. I have to listen to that again. Fondling the mic.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as the state mentioned, you're going to hear a lot of evidence and you're going to see a lot of video footage during the course of this trial. All I ask is that you keep an open mind, use your own eyes and ears to determine what happened in this case. And most importantly, I ask that you hold the state to their burden of proof to prove each element of each charge against Mr. Brown beyond a reasonable doubt. I'll be back after all the evidence has been presented, and I will ask that you return a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Okay, 28 seconds on
Before the
1.5
evidence starts and you get your book some, we'll take a short break, okay, about 5-10 minutes, and we'll come back and we'll start the testimony, okay? Go in the back, relax for about 5-10 minutes.
Okay, this was not a 22-second opening statement. It was 28 seconds on 1.25 speed. That leaves at 34. But still, 30 to 35 second opening statement. That's ludicrous. You're supposed, as a defense attorney, to advocate vigorously for your client. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, for the laughter to die down. Yeah, that was interesting. Well, now we can speed up a bit to move along from the break.
All right, we're back on the record.
1.25. Let me know if it will be
Allan
too fast for you, but
21
in order
CF,
to catch up.
124, the appearances are the same. The jury is back in the courtroom. We will start with the state's first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Deputy Colin Coltrip.
Want to come up here, deputy, remain standing, and I'll swear you in. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You can get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
Allan, C-O-L-I-N, Coltrip, C-O-U-L-T-R-I-P.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. And Debbie, if you can bring that mic way up to your mouth, get real personal with it. Awesome. Thank you. All right. What is your profession?
Deputy Sheriff with the Kenosha County Sheriff's Department.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
7 years.
What type of training do you have that qualifies you to be a law enforcement officer?
The Wisconsin Basic Law Enforcement Academy, which was approximately 720 hours. And then from there on, we've had in-services every single year with numerous hours of training.
So the original training and then also ongoing training every year, correct?
Correct.
Were you on duty as a deputy with the Kenosha County Sheriff's Department on October 21st of 2021?
I was.
What was your assignment on that date?
I was assigned patrol in Area 14, which is also encompassing of the area of Bristol.
And when you say patrol, what do you do generally as a patrol officer?
We drive around in marked squad cars where you'll see us doing traffic, responding to 911 calls, family troubles, domestics, dogs in the roadway, a little bit of everything.
What shift were you working that day?
It was first shift.
For the jury, what are first shift hours?
Approximately 7 o'clock to 3 o'clock, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m.
On October 21st of 2021, were you operating a fully marked Kenosha County Sheriff's Department vehicle?
I was.
And when I say fully marked, what does that mean for the jury?
It was a F-150 with full decals that display Sheriff's Department with light bar on the roof and lights in the front, sides, and rear.
What were you wearing that day? What type of uniform?
I was wearing a full duty uniform with a vest in the front, and then on the back it says Sheriff, and in the front of the vest it also has the Sheriff badge.
Now, on October 21st of 2021, at some point in your shift, did you receive information to go to Benson's Corners?
I did, yes.
Tell me what information you received and how.
Received 2 calls, one from Chicago Police Department and one from OnStar, both stating that they had a stolen vehicle out of Chicago that was wanted in relation to a double homicide. And they wanted us to respond to Benson Corners, which is where the located was stopped and located.
Benson Corners, was that in your area of patrol, Area 14?
It was, yes.
How far away from Benson's Corners were you when you saw this dispatch?
I was approximately 2 miles away. It would be by Bristol Village Hall is where I started from.
So approximately how long did it take you to get from where you were to Benson's Corners?
No more than 3 minutes.
If I were to show you a picture of Benson's Corners, would you recognize it?
Yes.
And in with the posters.
For the record, first, I'm showing you so the jury can't see. Do you see what's been marked Exhibit 1?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a aerial view of Benson Corners gas station.
And does that appear to be a true and accurate depiction of Benson's Corners as it looked later in the day on October 21st of 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move Exhibit 1 into evidence with permission to publish to the jury.
Any objection? No. Can the jury see it now? We're going to allow the
That
jury
no
to take a look
sounded
at
so
Exhibit 1.
defeated.
You can get as close as you can to them so they have an actual. They
I'm
want.
going to have him reference it.
Oh,
Sure. Can everybody see the exhibit? All right, we're good.
So Deputy, Exhibit 1 is the place you went to on October 21st of 2021, correct?
Correct.
And approximately what time did you get to Benson's Corners, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay. Morning?
Morning.
Okay.
Yes.
So you had this information, you were looking for a vehicle. Did you know what type of vehicle you were looking for?
It was going to be a Buick SUV.
Do you know what color?
I do know. I don't know if they informed us.
Tell the jury, how did you approach this parking lot to look for the vehicle?
I came in from the east side, which would be up over here. Came in from the east over here,
This
drove through
will
the
be
parking lot
interesting.
as if I was just a normal patrol. As I was driving through, by the dump truck over here is where the Buick SUV was located.
And just to pause you, is it still located there on Exhibit 1?
It's still located.
Okay. And you're pointing to the vehicle most northern top of the picture, correct?
Correct.
Okay, continue.
As I'm driving through, could see the vehicle, could see what appeared to be just one sole occupant in the driver's seat. I continued through the parking lot, and I back into a parking spot at the opposite end of the parking lot and back into it, so I'm able to see head on the rear of that Buick SUV while I wait my other deputies to come and assist.
do you recognize already? I see the differences in this trial versus the Zachariah Anderson trial. And they have this aerial photo to point out everything. And I don't remember in the Zachariah Anderson case that there was much of any aerial photos except that aerial photos of Junior's apartment complex that more or less spelt out FUCK. And if you don't remember that, I will try to find that photo to show you later on, because that was funny as hell. Yeah, so as it seems, if this is the defense strategy, I'm wondering if it is their strategy to have the sentence reduced. But then again, if you have that objection on the trial, then it should have been, what do you call it? Yeah, that agreement, you Americans, American trials in American plea deal. So why are they going to trial if the defense isn't going to do very much? But you never know. It's a 3 to 4 day trial. You never know. We'll see. Plea bargain. Thank you. Thank you. Now, you in the chat, you need to educate me as well, because as you might know, I'm not American. I've watched a lot of US trials, but I'm not American. So your judicial system is a bit different from mine. But let's continue with this one.
At that time, were you aware that other deputies were en route?
I was, yes.
Do you specifically recall which deputies or no?
Deputy Wyand, Deputy Tift, and Deputy Avila.
As you're waiting for backup, are you keeping an eye on the suspect vehicle?
I am, yes.
And what are you observing?
As I'm observing him, I could see a lot of movement in the front passenger area, front driver's seat area. And as I'm sitting there, the brake lights keep activating on, off, the entire time I was sitting there behind him.
While you're seated in the vehicle, are you doing anything else to prepare for contact with the vehicle?
At this point, I know it's going to turn into at least a felony traffic stop. For a felony traffic stop, we ready our squad rifles, which I end up doing to kind of give us more standoff distance as we give whoever we're interacting with in a suspect vehicle more standoff distance. While I'm doing that, I'm also coordinating with the other deputies who are coming onto scene, how to position them and how to further assist.
At some point, Deputy Avila arrives on scene, correct?
Correct.
What happens when Deputy Avila arrives?
When he arrives, him and I give him a brief about what was going on, where the suspect was located, and kind of elaborate more what our next plan was going to be.
And what type of plan are you and Deputy Avila talking about?
It was going to be the felony traffic stop, where we pull up with lights on and go on the intercom system to talk the suspect out of the car.
Eventually, 2 other squad vehicles arrive, correct?
Correct.
Who arrives?
That would be Deputy Wyand and Deputy Tift.
Is
He looks
anyone
a
with
bit like
Deputy
a less
And
roboty
K9
Mark
Deputy
Zuckerberg, doesn't he?
as soon as Deputy Tift and Deputy Wyand and K9 Riggs arrive, what happens next?
We all say that we're ready to go, and that's when we initiate the traffic stop on the suspect vehicle, the Buick, that's parked by itself.
And I forgot to ask, you indicated Deputy Avila parked next to you or near you, correct?
Correct, next to me.
Where did Deputy Wyand and Deputy Tift come from?
They also parked, all 4 of us were parked in this
can get
general
up.
area.
You can get up if you
Okay.
need to.
So all 4 of us were parked in this general area with myself, Deputy Avila around here, and Deputy Wyand and Deputy Tift around here.
And all during this time, the suspect vehicle is still where it's located on this
Still
picture.
located right there.
So once you decide to initiate the traffic stop, what happens next?
As we initiate the traffic stop, we drive through the gas station with all of our lights activated, stop behind the suspect vehicle, go on the intercom, start giving the suspect vehicle and operator commands to
Okay.
exit the vehicle.
I'm gonna pause you right there. Where are your squad cars parked in relation to the vehicle?
So now we're pulled through. My truck is right there. Deputy Avila is over here. And then the other squads would be Deputy Wyand and Tift would be over here.
And on this picture, Exhibit 1, those are actually your and Deputy Avila's squad cars where they were located, correct?
Correct.
They weren't moved from there?
No.
So it'd be fair to say you're kind of in a U shape around the suspect vehicle.
Correct.
Okay. Who's giving commands over the intercom?
I am.
And what commands are you giving?
They would be along the lines of operator, step out of the vehicle, walk out of the vehicle with your hands up. And there'd be more, but it never got to that point.
Why not?
The suspect took off running on foot.
Tell me about him exiting the vehicle.
When the suspect first exited the vehicle, he stood up, kind of acted disheveled, as in maybe intoxicated, because he was looking around, kind of doing a 360 look,
Is this better?
and immediately took off.
I toned down
Can
my
you show on
a bit.
Exhibit 1 where he fled to?
So he exited his vehicle, took off running down the fence line, across the driveway, and was stopped kind of right in the corner in the turn.
And when you say exit the vehicle, from what door?
He exited from the driver's side door.
Okay. When he exited the vehicle and began running, what did you do next?
I immediately gave chase on foot as well, right after him.
Were you the first person behind him initially?
I was. Initially, yes.
What happened next?
As I was chasing him, I was in the truck, and I came through between his vehicle and the dump truck. As I was by the dump truck area, I heard someone yelling from behind me that they were to stop. K9. I stop at the fence line. Deputy Tiff and K9 Riggs go through and lead the way. K9 Riggs is released approximately right at the end of the fence line. And he chases down the suspect. Right before the K9 Riggs apprehends the suspect, however, the suspect reaches around with his right arm underneath his left elbow and his torso and fires one shot directly at us.
So let's break that down. When's the first time you saw the defendant produce a firearm?
It would be somewhere in this roadway, right? Somewhere right in here.
And so you're pointing kind of where there's a squad car in that picture, correct?
Correct.
The squad car was not there when this happened, correct?
No.
That's
No
correct.
squad car.
How far away from the suspect were you when you saw the firearm?
Approximately 35, 40 yards.
Could you see the firearm clearly?
Yes.
When you saw the firearm, what was your response to that?
I immediately drew my own firearm and pointed it at him.
You said before K9 Riggs apprehended the
That's
suspect, he
more of a
fired one shot?
gun
Correct.
From 35,
again
40 yards.
describe how he did
That's
that?
impressive to see that.
So the suspect was running away from us, takes his right arm, which was holding the pistol, underneath his left elbow, between his elbow and torso, turns and fires one shot.
So he's facing away from you, is that correct?
He's facing away from us, yes.
Well,
And then
apparently it
he
was a gun.
fires back
pistol.
towards you, correct?
Correct.
Were there other officers in that
Can't
vicinity
shoot
as well?
anything
There were two
without
others.
Anything
And who were
that
they?
goes
That was
boom.
Deputy Tift and Deputy Avila.
How do you know that he fired the
Okay,
weapon?
now I am low.
The audible sound
Hold
and
on.
the gas discharge where you can see it exit the barrel.
So he fires his weapon. What happens next?
Is
He
this
fires
better?
his weapon and almost
I raised my
instantaneously
mic a
K9
bit.
Riggs takes down the suspect. K9 Riggs and suspect are now crawling or wrestling around on the ground. And that would be now entering into the grass area. K9 Riggs and now the
Yeah.
suspect are continuing to wrestle.
Holding a gun at
And that's
40
when
yards, that's
2-3
actually
shots
impressive.
occur again.
And
And I-
I'm going to pause you. At
But
this
then
time, what are
again,
you doing?
It went boom.
I'm yelling at the
so
suspect,
apparently it was one.
drop the gun, stop, drop the gun, stop, while holding him at gunpoint.
Why are you not firing?
I'm not firing because I immediately am not in danger, and K9 Riggs is covering up the suspect at that point.
Be fair to say you don't want to shoot the dog?
Correct.
Okay. So you're giving orders. The K9 is wrestling with him, and you said you hear shots then, correct?
Correct.
Are they your shots?
No.
Where
I'm
do you hear the
trying
shots coming
to.
from?
Okay,
I
now
hear
it's
shots from
on
the grass
automatic
ditch, right where
audio.
K9 Riggs
My
was.
audio is on
What do you then see
automatic
next?
adjustment.
Next, K9 Riggs
So
gets
if
up,
this is better,
runs
is that
down
enough?
Highway 50, and as K9 Riggs runs away, the suspect rolls over towards myself and my partners, presents his firearm, and points it at us, and that's when I return fire.
When he fired in the grassy area, did you see who or what he was shooting at?
No.
You just heard the shots?
Correct.
And it isn't until the suspect produces the weapon or aims at you again that you fire, correct?
Correct.
How many times did you fire at the suspect?
I fired 9 times.
What happens after you fire at the suspect?
After I fired at the suspect stopped, laid down or
Thank
fell
you.
down on his stomach, and his arms were out above his head. Couldn't see exactly where the firearm was at that point, so I remained at gunpoint with the suspect as he's laying, waiting to give commands to him, waiting for further deputies to arrive to determine where the firearm was at that point. Once more deputies arrived, we were able to determine the firearm was no longer in his possession. We made an approach on the suspect, took him into custody. Once in custody, we were able to cut his clothing off to properly render aid.
So just take that step by step. First, when he's lying on the ground and you have him at gunpoint, can you see if he's still alive?
I personally could not see.
And you're giving him commands, you said, correct?
Correct.
What type of commands are you giving him?
Drop the gun, stop moving.
And why not go in right away to take him into custody?
Yeah.
Didn't approach right away to take him into custody because we
I
weren't
said
sure if
that.
he still was armed, if he was playing dead, trying to lure us into a trap to bring us in closer.
And you said you personally could not see the firearm, correct?
Correct.
With one shot there, and then one shot there, then the gun jammed. Well, that would render the cops to fire back. But well, it will be interesting to see what the defense picks up on this, if they do, in the cross-examination. Gun from the 1930s. Yeah. That's interesting. It's hard to get 6 shots out of a gun that jammed twice. That jammed after 2 shots. Yeah, that will be interesting to see. Let's continue.
Which officers arrive on scene that assist you in taking him into custody?
That'd be Deputy Gomez and Deputy Schmidt.
Where do they come from?
They came in from the east side as well. So that would be this entrance right here.
And would that be near the suspect's head or feet or some other place, if you recall?
It would be, I guess, his back and feet.
And when they arrive, are they able to give you any information about where the firearm is?
They were able to see the firearm was away from him on to where his right hand would be, but away from his right hand.
And what did you do with that information?
With that information, then we now approached the suspect and took him into custody.
And when you say take him into custody, what did you do with him?
Placed handcuffs on him.
Were you the one who personally placed handcuffs on him?
I was.
What did you do with him then?
With handcuffs on him, we rolled him onto his back, cut his shirt and pants off to determine where any wounds were, bullet holes.
Yeah, but you can't just outright misinterpret the number of shots fired. It will be interesting to see if the defense picks up on it.
Bullet holes were located, and first aid was conducted on him to try to render him aid.
Where did you personally see bullet wounds on the suspect?
There were 3, one on his left bicep, one on his left abdomen, torso, and then one on his left thigh.
So he hit with 3
At this
out of
point,
9
you are
shots. That's
face to face with the
actually
suspect, correct?
better than
Were you also able to
depending on
find any
if there
identifying information
are
near his
any
body?
other officers.
I was. There was a
shooting.
wallet in his pocket, which I was able to retrieve, and in there was an ID for Allan Brown.
In looking at that ID, could you match the picture on that ID to the person in front of you?
I could, yes.
And do you see that person in court today?
I do, yes.
Can you describe where he is seated and what he is wearing?
He's sitting to my left, and he's in a white button-up with a purple turquoise tie.
All right, the witness has identified the defendant in open court for the record.
So in treating him, you said you cut his clothes off, correct?
Correct.
Any other treatment
True,
that you personally did?
No.
At some point, EMS arrives on scene, correct?
Correct.
What happens when they arrive on scene?
Bristol Fire arrived. They did their initial triage, and we passed the information along about what we found, the 3 bullet wounds. We assist Bristol Fire in lifting Mr. Brown onto the gurney and continue to relay information to the Bristol Fire Chief. Once Mr. Brown was entered onto the ambulance, I was able to call Freighter Hospital to inform them they had a level 1 trauma patient because of the gunshots coming into their ER.
And what did you do after that?
After that, I returned back to my squad car and was later transported to the Kenosha County Center
For what purpose?
to remove myself from the scene.
And at that point, the Racine County Sheriff's Office took over investigation, correct?
Correct.
And you complied with that investigation, correct?
Correct.
Now, during this entire incident, did you have a body camera?
I did, yes.
Describe for the jury what a body camera is and where it's located on your body.
A body camera is simply a video recording that we have on our uniforms at all times. On any type of interaction with the community, we will have it on. And it's located on your center chest, right on your sternum. And it's within our vest, so it doesn't really move, it doesn't fall off, and it captures steady images.
Is this something that you have to activate or that activates automatically?
It does both.
In this case, did you activate your body camera?
No, it was activated by the proximity to the call I was on.
Was that body camera on during the duration of this incident that we've been talking about?
Yes. Yes.
And how do you know that?
I've reviewed it.
You reviewed it before your testimony today, correct?
Yes.
If I were to show it to you, would you recognize it?
Yes.
You're on permission to publish Exhibit 2, which the witness will identify as his body camera.
Have you marked it as an exhibit?
I have Exhibit 2. I have it on a CD here. I'm going to play it from my hard drive if that's okay with defense. That way
All
it
right,
doesn't see
let's
it.
play it for the jury and everybody else in the courtroom. Exhibit 2 for the record.
Okay, trigger warning. This might show interesting pictures from the actual shooting.
First, Deputy, I'm going to
So-
play the first couple of seconds here to see if you recognize this Exhibit 2, okay?
Dispatch has been updated.
I'm just associating the second call that we got from Chicago, so I'm not a lot more in there, but I'm associating two things I have to.
I'm pausing at 35 seconds. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 2?
I do.
And what is that?
That'd be my body cam footage.
And again, you testify you reviewed it before today, correct?
Correct.
Is it a true and accurate representation of what occurred on October 21st of 2021?
Yes.
I'm going to continue to play it then.
Dispatch has been updated.
Now, if there will be shown a lot of
Recording. Dispatch recording.
blood and stuff, I
Dispatch
might
has been updated.
jump ahead because I don't want my channel cheated.
Real sure.
Now Now we can count
here.
the
Like one high
number of
technology,
shots
yeah.
actually fired from the defendant.
I'm going to pause it at 1 minute and 37 seconds. At this point, you've arrived at Benson's Corners, correct?
Correct.
Did you do so in the manner that you described on the board?
I did, yes.
All right, I'm going to continue to play.
Dispatch has been updated.
Remember, this is in 1.25 speed. I am playing this.
Go ahead.
Dispatch has been updated.
I'm in Benson's now. He's over by like the antique mall, facing east.
Shouldn't any point out, I'll let this ATL.
Dispatch
Close
has been
channel 1 for
updated.
now, channel 1 closed for the ATL.
Preparing the gun. Why does the picture go out at times?
He's just straight down there. Keeps going on and off the brakes.
Is that the one?
The tiny little
I
SUV.
can't see from here.
No. Yeah, so next to the dump truck, that's where he is. Facing the fence line.
All right.
It looks like the only person, I could only see one person, but I didn't stare into there a lot, so I just acted like nothing. So I'm guessing once 241 comes, you and I will come in from behind, and 241 will come in from the side.
As long as he doesn't move.
Right. Really, 241.
Go ahead.
Park alongside dump truck.
At least we know that this will be a shooting about a person who is not going to be ended completely. But it might be gruesome. So this is a trigger warning for you in the chat and for your viewers. Because if it will get too gruesome, I will jump ahead. Because I don't want my channel deleted. Because even if Law and Crime can show it, that doesn't mean I can show it.
41, 235, what's your 20?
Change the west frontage.
Dispatch has been updated.
41, 38, let's wait till 235 gets there.
Copy. And there's just lots of movement, keeps going on and off the brakes.
Dispatch has been updated.
Yeah, I know, but they might have different regulations on what they can show compared to what I can show.
218 to 308 is coming from the west. Just pulling up by your 41.
You can pull up next to
Dispatch has been
261
updated.
floor.
Number 3. 235 Bath Empty.
Straight ahead, at the end of the parking lot. Yeah.
Dispatch has been updated.
Chase is on.
218 here.
Driver, step out of the vehicle with your hands up. Hands up. Hands up and stop moving.
Chase on. K9.
Drop the gun! 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 God damn it. 308 shots fired. Sit suspect down, bro. Okay. Damn it. Put your hands out! Put your hands out! Arms out! Arms out!
241. 241.
Actually, yes.
Copy. 235, 23. Supervisor.
Apparently, yes.
214
But dog survived.
To a horse house. It appears that the canine was injured.
From that distance, 3 hits out of 9 shots. It's actually really good.
308 204, you got a shield?
I didn't see if the other officers got shots out as well.
235, all up there blocking anybody coming to the entrance.
But I did not see 6 shots
308 204, you
from
got a
the
shield with you?
defendant. Or here, 6 shots from the defendant. But in this case, I'm not sure how much that matters.
You see his arms? Do you see his arms? Anything in him? Anything in his hands?
Put your arms on the side. Get your arms out at your side.
Proceed on.
Come on. Arms on the side. Get away.
241.
Okay.
Both hands. Nothing in them.
Stop, can anybody go over by 241 out there, car?
Yep.
241.
Gruesome images. We have the testimony of 3 shots hitting the suspect.
Call up if you got him.
Okay, I'm going to get forward because I don't need the
Left arm. All right, we're gonna put him on a cot. Come back and all right.
As I said, law and crime, and those people might have another set of rules, and I don't want to get heated.
Right back that way, you just pass it.
We have left arm, left side, tourniquets on, and open.
That video, I guess we'll go last first. Who were you interacting with the phone and calling the hospital? Who was that?
That was St. Cat's ER.
Okay, but who gave you his phone and said?
That was the Bristol Fire Chief.
Additionally, at some point, you're asking
This
about
for
the shields. Could you explain for the
this
jury what that was about?
interaction seems
I was
legit,
asking for a
in my
ballistic shield.
opinion.
All it is a shield That would prevent another
but
bullet
we
being shot
will
at
see
us,
what
and
the
if it was shot
defense
at
has to
us,
say.
the shield would be able to absorb that shot, essentially to make it safer for everybody else.
But no one had one, right?
But no one had one.
In addition to your body camera, your squad also has a camera, correct?
Correct.
Could you explain for the jury where the squad cameras are located?
Squad cameras mounted right by the rear view mirror on the front windshield, pointing forward, out.
So what would it capture?
Anything that's in our front plane of view. So anything that we're driving in front of or driving towards, anything that I see as a driver.
Was your squad video activated in this case?
Yes,
And again, is this something you activate or that it automatically activates, or both?
both.
What happened in this case?
In this case, it was activated on its own.
If I were to show you your squad video, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Your permission to put up Exhibit 3, which would be Deputy Coltrip's squad video.
All right, for the record, Exhibit 3.
Yes.
Before I
so
play
far,
Deputy Coltrip,
this
do you recognize what's
is
on the screen?
How
Yes.
And what is this?
a
This is the
trial
intersection of Highway
where
45
one
and
of the
Highway
charges
50.
is murder.
And is this
is
your squad
supposed
video from
to
that day?
Look,
It is.
actual
will
evidence,
now
actual body cams,
play
actual
Exhibit
everything so far.
Starting at 00.
Because as you remember, nothing like this was shown on the Anderson trial. The cops actually driving there, the cops actually apprehending him. Nothing. That trial was so utterly disgustingly bad. On Saturday, I will have a stream where I go through, in my opinion, 5 crucial things in the Anderson trial that I believe should have landed in not guilty. And an additional fact I found out just a few days ago that is really interesting, but that is for Saturday. Exactly. We only saw transcripts. So apparently some cops and investigations in Kenosha is, as we've seen so far, legit, in my opinion. Come back, bring friends. So this is the actual car camera watching, so we can get pictures from that. But again, if the scene from this camera it becomes too gruesome, I will skip ahead because I don't want to get heated. So far I have my channel has 1,415 subscribers, which is well above what I need for monetization. But I have 2,284 public watch hours as of 2 days ago, which means I need 1,716 to apply for monetization. So please watch my content, like, subscribe, share if you think I'm doing a good job. If you don't think I'm doing a good job, please tell me so I can improve. Thank you, KKB. Well, I'm running this in 1.25 speed, and I'm 45 minutes behind, roughly. So, and there will probably be a break sometime soon, so we will get caught up completely.
looks like the only person I could only see one person, but I didn't stare into there a lot. I just acted like nothing.
Also, if there are sidebars of sorts that we can't hear, I will skip past them too, so we can get up to speed completely.
Right.
Good.
You park the one side dump truck. When you come into the entrance, take that very first entrance, and then keep going, and I will come up behind them.
And I saw earlier that Legal Vices tried to get his stream over to mine, but I didn't have that box checked. But if you came there from him, thank you. And tomorrow I will try to have that done properly, so I don't have more boomer moments than necessary, because this is not blonde, this is gray. I'm old, my hair is old, my eyes are old, my glasses are old too, because I am too cheap to get new ones. I don't know. He is new to me. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate that. I'm learning as we. If you watch my earliest content from December 28th, 29th, 30th, and so, I hope you see a dramatic improvement of how I do things, because my first videos, yeah, those were interesting. Thank you, Joe. Thank you. And I will set that up properly, so you don't get everything in as a surprise stream for Saturday. Yeah, we should be able to skip forward a bit.
Straight ahead, at the end of the parking lot.
You're welcome, Troy. This will be interesting, with a trial that so far are miles ahead of the Anderson trial. Here we go.
Driver, step out of the vehicle with your hands up. Hands up. Hands up and stop moving.
And off he goes. Now you can see it's in 1.25. People don't run like that in normal stream speed.
Shot fired.
I count more than 9 shots, 13 or 14 shots from the officers. Didn't hear shots from the defendant. So that is 3 out of 14 shots, but at that distance, that is still good aim. Okay.
Deposited at 8:43. Deputy, is that a true and accurate representation of what occurred on October 21st of 2021?
It is, yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination, who's doing it?
Attorney Quinter.
Your Honor.
All right, state your name for the court reporter for the record then.
Attorney McKenna Quinter.
Thank you, go ahead.
Deputy Coulter, we can see on the video that you chased after Mr. Brown, correct?
Correct.
Who else chased after Mr. Brown with you? Is that better? that better? Okay.
You kind of just have to get really close to it.
Okay. Deputy Coltrip, what other officers chased after Mr. Brown with you?
There was Deputy Tift, Deputy Avila, and Deputy Wyand.
Okay, and
Did
in
not
relation
catch
to
her
you,
name
where was Deputy
properly.
Tift?
To my right,
About how far would you say?
10 yards.
Okay, and Deputy Avila, where was he in relation to you?
Behind me.
We will see.
Do you know how
We will
far?
see.
5 yards.
Okay, and remind me of the last officer that you said.
Wyand,
Where was he in relation to you?
probably 20 yards to my right.
Okay, and you
Yeah.
indicated that Mr. Brown fired one shot.
Correct.
Do you know which direction he fired that in?
It would be to the west, towards me.
Okay, so he fired towards you, and you indicated that the other officers were at least 10 yards away from you, either to the right or behind you, correct?
From the initial stop, yes.
Okay. I don't have anything else.
Any redirect?
What?
Just one question.
Go ahead.
Deputy, how far away from the defendant were you when he fired the shot at you?
That's the entirety of the defense questioning this. Not. Did you hear? Can we hear the defendant shoot in this body cam? Where is it? To create some form of doubt. What's going on here? Defense. Jesus. What's going on? Oh. What the I'm 1 hour and 36 minutes in. I can't use appropriate words. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. At least something from that body cam video, because I as someone else said earlier, I didn't pick up the sound of shots from the defendant. Let's continue.
About 20 yards.
That's all. Thank you.
Anything on that one question?
No, Your Honor.
All right, your excuse. Thank you.
I
You,
am
move 2 and 3 in, correct exhibits?
I was just about to.
All right.
I move exhibits 1, 2, and 3 into evidence.
What was 1?
One is
Then
the
why did they
board.
cross-examine?
Okay,
They more or
all right,
less
1, 2, and
just
3 are received then.
Thank you.
pointed out what the prosecution said. I don't know.
All right, the state's next.
There,
witness.
Thank you.
this
State
wouldn't have
calls
been my strategy
Analyst Katie
at all.
McCoy, which will be number 18.
Public defenders, I don't know. Yeah. Because just by having 2 bullets missing from a gun does not mean those were shot at that time.
I'd have you
It
remain
is-
standing, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter be the truth, whole truth, not but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
I agree, Papa. I agree.
Katie McCoy, K-A-T-I-E, McCoy, M-C-C-O-Y,
Thank you, Ms. McCoy. How are you employed?
at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab in Milwaukee.
In what capacity?
I am a forensic imaging specialist.
What type of education and training do you have that qualifies you for your position?
Yeah, I have a bachelor's in criminal justice from UW Milwaukee, as well as an associate's in photography at Milwaukee Area Technical College.
I assume some on-the-job training as well?
Definitely.
What does that encompass?
That is a 1 to 2 year training program, pardon me, with an analyst that has been fully trained. So that's our technical lead or another imaging specialist. We also do external training with different companies such as AMP5, which is a video program that gives us training.
How long have you been employed with the Wisconsin Crime Lab?
For 6.5 years.
And you said you do forensic imaging. What is that?
So that encompasses a number of things. We do photography of evidence, general photography, as well as macro photography of friction image detail, footwear. It can include pretty much anything you can photograph. Along with, we do video analysis and image analysis and comparison of different items.
As part of your responsibilities at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, were you asked to analyze some body camera, and it relates to this case against Mr. Allan Brown?
Yes, I was.
First, explain for the jury what your process is when you get a video and are asked to analyze it. What do you do with that video?
Definitely. Our first step is to bring the item in, take it into our custody, and then we download whatever data there might be. We archive that so that we're not working on that original data. We always want to be working on a copy so that we can't lose anything that's original as we start to do our processing. After that's archived and verified, I bring it onto my working desktop and I view the video, just naturally pull it up as it pulls up, generally in Windows Media or something of that nature that most of us have on our computers. And I just go through it and view it and look for that area, that time period that they're telling me that is their interest. And I view it, make some observations, and then I pull it into the program that I'm going to do my analysis with, or any enhancements or that type of work with. And in this case, it was AMP5.
Why specifically were you given Deputy Coltrip's video? What did investigators want you to do with it?
I was asked to slow down or clean up the video for easier viewing.
And when you say clean up, what does that mean?
So on a body cam video, or if you guys think about if a kid has a phone and they're recording the video, a lot of times it's a motion sickness for some people. So what I can do is I can select that given area and I can slow it down so that's not moving anymore. So it's just easier to view, easier visual for everybody.
And you also said slow it down, correct?
Correct.
How do you slow down a video?
So what I do is I change what's called the frame rate. And the frame rate of a video is how many images are played in a given second. So what it was a 30-second video, I can slow it down to 10 or even 5 frames per second. So what I do is it'd be compared to like running versus walking. If you were to run from here to the door, it might take you, say, 5 seconds, or 2 seconds, let's say. And I can slow it down so now it takes you 4 seconds. So you'd be almost walking to the door instead of running.
And do you do all this within that program, AMPFED5?
AMP5, yes.
Okay. And for the court reporter, how do you spell that?
AMPed is AMPED, and 5 is all capital, FIVE.
When you're done stabilizing the video, slowing it down, what is your end work product?
The end work product is a viewable video that you could play on any device.
Do you also create a report?
Yes, I do.
Did you create a report in this case?
Yes, I did.
If you saw it, would you recognize it?
I would.
I'm showing you what's been marked Exhibit 5. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
What is that document?
That is the report of findings for the work I did in this case.
How do you know it's the report for this case?
It has an identifier with our case number on the top.
It also has your name on it, correct?
That is correct.
There's also, it looks like initials and another date on it, correct?
That is correct. That is the initials to the side is my technical review.
And what's a technical review?
A technical review is a review of someone that's trained in the same area I am, does a review to ensure that we followed our policies, our procedures, didn't miss anything, forget anything, and that all our work is of quality.
Did you pass your technical review for this case?
I did.
All right. So in this report, it basically details what we talked about, that you received this video and you reviewed it, correct?
That is correct.
Out of the one video file you received, how many video files did you produce?
It was 4.
And what video files did you produce through this AMP5 software? Sorry.
It was all 4.
And what were the different videos that you produced?
One video was just the time period of interest. So a lot of times, and in this case, we'll get a video and that is, say, 5 minutes or longer. And their time period of interest is a shorter period of time, maybe just a minute, 2 minutes, 30 seconds, something like that. So the first one was that 30-second window, or that area of interest or time period of interest just stabilized, but the same speed, the normal view.
When you say stabilize, that's where you're just focusing on an image so it's not jumping around, correct?
Correct, yes.
And then what's the next video you produced?
The next, can I look at my report? Is that okay if I look at my report?
Sure.
Thank you.
Do you have a copy of her report? I do. All right, thank you.
The next video was slowed down to 10 frames per second, but I left the sound on.
And what's the next video?
10 frames per second without sound.
Why would you remove sound from a video?
So far,
so
this,
that they didn't sound like a robot.
So far, this is for just one of the, two of the counts. I believe the running from police and allegedly shooting the dog. Let's continue.
It's pretty hard to hear at 10 frames per second, correct?
Yeah, it's a little jumble. You're like, yeah, sounds a little bit like a robot. You probably don't want to listen to that.
And what's the next video you produced?
The next one was 5 frames per second, again, without sound.
You provided those videos as well as this report back to the investigating agency, correct?
That is correct.
If I were to show you those videos, would you recognize it?
I would.
Your Honor, permission to pull up State's Exhibit 4, which would be those CD with those videos on it.
All right, Exhibit 4 will be played.
Ms. McCoy, on the TV, you'll see State's Exhibit 4, which is just the CD. Do you see how there's 4 icons on there?
Yes, I do.
And there's also a TV to your right as well. I don't know if it's easier to see that one. But can you see what those 4 files are?
Somewhat.
If you need to get up and look, maybe?
Yes, those are the videos I produced.
You labeled each of the videos, correct?
That is correct.
So the first one that I want you to show is called Coltrip Stabilized Normal. And before we play, I'm going to pause. Do you recognize this as being the stabilized version of Deputy Coltrip's video?
Yes.
Now this video is only 36 seconds long. Is that the entirety of the video you received or just the portion that was relevant?
That is not. That is just the portion that is relevant.
Okay. All right, I'm going to, with the court's permission, play this video.
Driver, step out of the vehicle with your hands up. Hands up. Hands up and stop moving. Drop the gun! 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 Drop the gun!
Ms. McCoy, does that appear to be the video you?
I heard maybe. I don't see how they could spot a gun during this time frame. I heard one shot before everything went down. That might have been the defendant. I didn't hear a second shot. I definitely did not hear 6 shots. That will be interesting to hear. Well, if the defense even will bring it up, because, well, they haven't done much so far. So far, almost about 2 hours into the trial, the defense has less than a minute of speaking time.
Stabilized?
Yes.
And your stabilization, why is that box kind of jumping around the screen?
What it's doing is the software is set up when you select an area of interest to shift that area into that spot. So it's just blacking out where there is no longer information.
Next, I'm going, well, let me ask you this. Is 5 frames per second slower or faster than 10 frames per second?
That's going to be slower.
Okay, so 10 frames would be the intermediate one. Would that be fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to next play Coltrip stabilized 10 frames per second, no sound.
Where did I actually see the gun? Well, we know he has had a gun. Dog runs away. Lies down. Yeah. So
Alright.
he was dog was shot.
Then the
at
slowest
some point.
version you did was 5 frames per second, correct?
Yes.
I'm now going to play from Exhibit 4,
Yeah.
5 Coltrip stabilized, 5 frames per second, no sound.
I'm very glad the dog ended up okay. And this amount of video is damning to the defendant, no question about it, on that particular issue. Running from the cops, alleged firing back, alleged shooting at the dog. And so having a third or even fourth video might be a bit overkill, but if they have it, they present it. This is how a trial should actually present evidence. And if you remember the Zachariah Anderson trial, nothing of this sort of evidence was ever brought in. From a trial point of view, this is way more interesting than the Gwyneth Paltrow civil case. But she's a celebrity, so they get more views. But I'm a small channel, and I was asked on Twitter to if anyone could cover it. So, hey, here I am, and so are you. Thank you so much for watching. We should see a puff of smoke from Zach Anderson's end. Huh. Huh. I'm not entirely convinced that the shot came from Anderson.
Alice McCoy, did you conduct this examination pursuant to your training and experience?
Yes.
No further questions, thank you.
Who's doing across?
I just have one question.
Go ahead.
Alice McCoy, during the stabilization process, do we lose kind of the pieces of the video, or are we seeing everything that the video shows?
Yeah, so you will lose some of the sides, almost as if you were to crop into a photo of a couple standing in the background and you didn't want the whole background here, you just wanted part of it. So we do lose some of that, but it was the external part of it, not the area in which that was the running individual.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Anything on that one question?
No, no further.
All right, your excuse. Thank you for coming in.
I'm not.
Are you moving 4 and 5 in then?
Yes, I'm moving exhibits 4 and 5 in evidence.
Exhibits 4 and 5 are received.
Audio, because the sound of the shot would have been clearer. And I don't think the defense is still up to a minute of actually speaking.
All right, who's the state's next witness?
State calls Deputy Wyand Avila, state's witness number 1.
Number 1, thank you. All the way up front here, remain standing. I'll swear you in. You solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. And get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
First name is Juan. Last name is Avila. Avila.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. How are you employed?
With the Kenosha County Sheriff's Department
In what capacity?
as a deputy sheriff
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
since May of 08.
Do you have any training that qualifies you to be a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And what is that?
The academy and then basic in service every year for the last 15 years.
Were you on duty October 21st of 2021?
Yes, I was.
Were you working patrol that day?
I was.
What does it mean to be a patrol officer?
General patrol activities, traffic stops, general calls for service, things of that like.
Where were you patrolling on October 21st of 2021?
That day I was working Paddock Lake. It's
I'm sorry, could you pull the microphone?
Oh, yeah,
Get
no
real close to
problem.
the
Sorry
microphone.
about that. Yeah, that day I was working Paddock Lake. It's a contract village squad where the or the village contracts with the sheriff's department to have an actual deputy there rather than having their own police department.
What type of squad car were you driving?
Our standard SUV, the Explorer style that we have.
Is it marked in any way?
It is clearly marked.
Okay, how so?
It has Kenosha Sheriff's Department on the side
I
along
will
with
answer
green.
it
And
a
it
bit
also
later.
has lights on the top.
What were you wearing that day?
I was wearing my uniform just as I am today.
Clearly identifies you as a law enforcement officer?
I believe so.
At some point, do you receive dispatch information sending you to Benson's Corners in Bristol?
I did not. I heard the call go out over the radio, and it was directed to Deputy Coltrip, and it had said basically to look up on the MDCR computer in the squad car for further information. I, at the moment, was out of the squad car at that time. It sounded very interesting to me, so I went into the call screen and looked up the remarks in there. A lot of times we'll do that if it's a big call or possibly a big call, in case somebody's monitoring the radio, you don't want them to know, so we'll send a message and then you can kind of read through and get an idea what's going on.
So you heard Deputy Coltrip, or I should say, you heard dispatch tell Deputy Coltrip to look at this information, and then you also went to go look at it, correct?
Yes, I did.
And what information did you see that dispatch was providing?
At the time, I'm not 100%. It wasn't extremely clear. Basically, it said there was a vehicle that had been traced by OnStar to Benson's Corner gas station, and that the vehicle had possibly been involved in a homicide earlier that morning in the Chicago area.
You said you were in Paddock Lake at the time.
Yes.
For those who may not know, how far is Paddock Lake from Benson's Corners?
It's west of Benson's Corners, not very far, maybe 10 miles out.
So how long, or strike that, upon seeing this information in dispatch, did you then decide to go to Benson's Corners?
Yes, I decided I would start heading that way. I did not dispatch myself. I did not let anybody know I was going. I just started heading that way.
Deputy Avila, to your right is a picture. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That's Benson's Corners gas station.
Is that where you went on October 21st?
Yes, it is.
Upon arrival, well, let me strike. Where did you enter Benson's Corners from? If you could show on the picture.
You can't see. Best I can. You can't see the actual, so there's another spot right up here for entering the parking lot, basically the exact same. It would be down here. That's where I came in from.
And when you entered the parking lot, did you see Deputy Coltrip?
Yes, yes, he was parked off in this area.
And from the picture, it'd be the bottom parking spots?
Basically right above there.
What did you then do?
I then came up alongside him and exited. I came up alongside him and exited my vehicle, and then approached him to ask him what he saw.
And when you say he, you mean Deputy Coltrip, right?
Yes, Deputy Coltrip.
Okay. And what did Deputy Coltrip tell you?
He told me that he had located the vehicle, he had eyes on, and he had told me that the vehicle's brake lights kept going on and off.
Did he point out the vehicle to you?
Yes, he did.
Where was the vehicle located?
You want me to point it out again?
Sure.
Yep. So where this dump truck is here, the vehicle was just to my left from where I'm standing.
And the vehicle, is it still in that picture?
Yeah, right there.
Okay, thank you. So upon receiving this information from Deputy Coltrip, what did you do?
Well, we had talked for a brief second on what we wanted to do. We both said that we wanted to wait for Deputy Tift to arrive
And why Deputy Tift?
because he had the K-9 unit with him.
So what did you then wait for Deputy Tift?
Yes, and it wasn't very long. Prior to Deputy Tift arriving, Deputy Wyand called out on scene. I could kind of see his vehicle off to the side. Do you want me to point?
Sure.
And now we are past the 2 hours mark. So when the court has
Deputy Wyand was
small break or lunch break,
And then you said Deputy Tift
I
and
can
his
give you
canine
my
arrived, correct?
honest
very shortly
review
after
of how
Deputy
the
Wyand
defense
was
is doing so far.
And upon Deputy Tift's arrival,
Stay tuned.
what decision was made?
that we were going to make a felony traffic stop.
And I know it's. Can you bring the microphone back up again?
That we were going to make a felony traffic stop.
What is a felony traffic stop versus a pulling someone over for a speeding ticket?
Okay, so a standard traffic stop is one squad car, one car. You put your lights on, they go over to the side, you come up behind them, you approach the car. The idea of a felony traffic stop is trying to use multiple vehicles. You get them set alongside and you basically make a funnel with your vehicles. And you get cover from other officers. Like when you're getting your traffic ticket, the cop's not coming out with his gun drawn for a speeding ticket, but for a high-risk stop or a felony traffic stop, then guns are going to be drawn, and we're going to take different positions to cover each other as we try to, in the best case scenario, bring that person that's being stopped and bring them back in between the two vehicles that are funneled this way, and then effectuate the arrest from there.
During a traffic stop like this, is there usually one officer who's kind of in charge of making commands and decisions?
Yes, yeah. Pretty much with any call, you like to have one clear voice and one decision maker on that scene.
Who was it in this case?
That we had pretty much decided was going to be Deputy Tift.
So all four of you are there, plus the canine. You decide to initiate the stop. What do you then do?
Well, everybody kind of hit the gas on me. I had been out of the vehicle and was talking to Deputy Tift, so they kind of started rolling. I run back to the squad car, start heading there. I'm not sure whose lights get hit first, but as soon as the lights are hit, probably Coltrip's lights or possibly mine, the individual exited the vehicle extremely fast and started running.
Where did the individual run? If you can show on Exhibit 1.
So he came out, exited from the driver's side of the vehicle.
So far, the state is putting up a compelling case,
So like along the fence line and up the driveway? And where
backed up
did
with
you
body
run?
cams and officers speaking clearly. Nothing like the Zachariah
Sit down,
Anderson
take the
file.
mic. Were you the first person behind the suspect, or was
No.
anyone in front of you?
No, Deputy Tift and Deputy Coltrip are both ahead of me.
And canine rigs, I take it?
Yes.
Okay. So tell me how that happened. You jump out, you start chasing. What happens?
Start running. I saw that Deputy Tift had the dog going. I tried to get Deputy Coltrip's attention as the dog starts running and tell him, dog, dog.
Why?
Well, because the dog is a very good dog, but he's not really, he's going to go for where he's going to go. And if you get in front of him, bad things can happen. We want him to go after the suspect in those situations.
So you yell to Coltrip to get out of the way,
Yeah.
correct? Deputy Tift and Riggs go forward.
Yeah.
What happens next?
They kind of run. Riggs gets deployed, hits the suspect.
I agree, Amanda.
Gets a bite.
I agree.
And not sure if he went down. There was a tussle.
At some point before this, the tussle and the bite, does the suspect produce anything?
Oh, yeah. As we come up just past the fence line, I saw him pull out what looked like a firearm out of his pocket. I then got on my radio and let dispatch know that he has a gun and that we see a gun.
And you saw it?
I saw it. Yes, absolutely.
How far away from the suspect were you when you saw the firearm?
At that time, 20 feet. It was still, I could clearly see a firearm in his hand.
And before Canine Riggs got the suspect, did the suspect use the firearm at all?
Not prior to, no.
Okay.
Or at least not that I heard.
Okay. At any point did you see the suspect use the firearm?
Yes.
What did you see?
After Riggs got a bite on him, or however you want to state that, once he got a hold of him, then I could hear pops, which sound like gunfire.
You recognize them to be gunfire?
Yes, yes. For years and years of firing guns, it's pretty easy to tell. I heard a couple of pops. I saw Riggs, his head turned towards me, and I could see blood coming down from the back of his head and all over his face.
It's the Twilight Zone.
Then I saw another shot. At this point, the way the muzzle blast came, I don't know if he was going over his shoulder or if he was trying to get another shot off at Riggs, but it looked like it came directly at me.
So you saw the suspect fire his gun and it looked like it was directly at you?
Yes, absolutely.
Why do you say that it looked like it was directly at you?
At that time, because I started hearing the gunfire, I pulled my firearm out and started to get my firearm in the direction of the individual. And I had actually seen the muzzle blast just over the sights of my firearm, so if I was to fire at him, that's where my muzzle blast would have went. But by looking at the other way, I could see that the muzzle blast that was coming at me was basically in the same direction.
What was your reaction to seeing that muzzle flash in your direction?
I thought I'd been hit. I took a moment, took a good evaluation of my body, thought about, okay, I didn't move, nothing moved.
Fat bloke
Did it hit me?
helps broken
Kinda transferred my
baker
body very
with
quick,
their
realized
cardio.
From here down, nothing. And then at that moment, I figured, if he, he probably, maybe he got me in the head, and I might start losing blood pressure shortly. And I remember thinking, possibility of seeing blood come down my face is very likely. Didn't happen, but at that moment, that's what I thought. Then I got up on target, figuring there's not much
Objection, it
left.
didn't happen.
Better make sure that this stops. And about that time, when I got on target, ready to actually
Objection,
discharge my
not in
weapon,
evidence.
deputy, at that, I'm not sure who fired. I just heard a
Objection,
few more shots
speculation.
and then saw that the suspect was down on the ground. So I didn't fire.
So, at any point did you fire your firearm?
I did not.
Kind of flash forwarding, were you ever shot? Did you ever get shot?
No, I did not.
Okay. So you see the suspect on the ground after hearing shots. What happens next?
At that point, I
Well, the
call out
objections.
so that we can start understanding
If
that
there
we
are
still have
no
a living,
objections,
breathing person.
there are no possibility to
Deputy
appeal
Tift
on
called out
that
on the
issue.
radio, and I don't know if he requested me or that he was going to go back to the vehicle. So
Whose vehicle?
to the suspect's vehicle.
Okay.
I then turn around and go headed back over that way, making sure he's not alone. At that point, he had already checked the vehicle.
And I'm sorry, we're using a lot of he's. So Deputy
Deputy
Tift
Tift, sorry about that.
went to the suspect's vehicle and you went to assist Deputy Tift?
Correct.
Okay.
This is
So what
true.
happened when you got to the suspect vehicle?
I don't
So I got
have
there, and
any
Deputy Tift
personal
had
knowledge
already
of this.
looked through the vehicle, and he told me that he was going to be taking Riggs to the vet because the Riggs had just been shot. I then did just a quick cursory because it came to the car, might as well look in the car. I quickly looked through the car, and then I went back to where the suspect was down.
And where on Exhibit 1 was the suspect down?
So he was about here on the map.
So the grassy area right by the driveway?
Yeah, right between the driveway and the road, so right about there.
And when you got to the suspect, what kind of position was he in?
He was laying on the ground. There's that.
Was he in handcuffs?
I believe at that point we had handcuffed him, yes. Or Deputy Gomez had handcuffed him at that point.
Someone had handcuffed him. Was he laying up or down on his side?
He was kind of on his side. He was yelling for help. I do remember going up to him, and the other deputies were already starting to pull his clothes off to try to locate where the bullet wounds were.
At this rate?
I went in, I don't know if I grabbed his
Probably.
pants or shirt and tried to help figure out where it had been hit.
So at this point, you are face to face with the suspect, correct? Did you see that individual in court today?
Yes, I do.
Can you describe where he's seated and what he's wearing?
He is seated to my left. He was wearing a white shirt with a tie. To me, it's a purple tie. I'm not perfect on my colors. I'm a guy. A shaved head, slight beard.
All right, the record should reflect the witness identified the defendant in open court.
Thank you. So you're assisting officers in treating the defendant, correct?
Yes, just for a brief moment.
What happens next?
That
If they are showing his body cam as well, I'm going to skip that.
Oh, sorry. I used to speaking into a microphone. At that moment, I think that's when rescue started coming in and kind of backed away, and I went off to start taping up the scene.
Any other part of the investigation you had? And did you have any other role in this investigation?
Yes, as soon as detectives arrived on scene, they asked me to go out and start looking for witness names and just getting names and phone numbers.
At the time of this incident, were you wearing a body camera?
Yes.
What's a body camera?
It is, I got one on right now. It is just a camera. It's basically a cell phone that when dispatch activates it or I activate it, will just record everything that's going on from this.
Hi, Finder Red. Good to see
And
you.
you said you're wearing one now, correct? Is it that kind of circle in the center of your chest?
Yes, I can.
No, that's okay. And you said that dispatch can activate it and you can activate it, correct?
Correct.
Did your body camera activate in this case?
It did.
Who activated it, if you know?
That was through dispatch. As soon as I called that I was in the area, they automatically.
I'm not sure I agree, but
And prior to your testimony today, did you
every
review your
opinion
body
is
camera?
welcome.
Once with you.
If I were to show it to you, would you recognize it?
Yes, I would.
This officer's rendition of how he imagined that felt a bit out of line and should have been objected to, in my opinion.
Deputy, I'm going to show you on the screen what's been marked State's Exhibit 6. Is that right, Madam Clerk? 6? Yes. Okay, thank you. I'm going to play a short portion of it to see if you can identify this video.
Okay.
This is so interesting. We've already seen.
261 to 308.
Maybe if we can hear shots from his point of view.
Hands up! Hands up! Dog! 261 to the east. One in east. Shot fired. Subject's down.
I did not see that muzzle smoke he was talking about. A more probable rendition to why he didn't fire was that there are cops in front and to the left of him. So they are not directly in the line of sight, but they are within margin of error if you start shooting. Did you say it was 20 feet away? Yeah, that's bullshit.
He's still breathing.
That's way more than 20 feet, even when he gets closer.
All officers okay. We have a supervisor out, detective in the route, rescue in the route.
The canine survived. The dog survived. But him being 20 feet away, no, not even 20 yards. So that might be 20 yards away, but it's not until after he's moving forward. At the time the shot was fired, he must have been 50 yards away. Let's get ahead. We don't need to see this.
Did that the first
we will see how the defense does with their cross-examination, if there are any improvements. Nothing so far indicates that, but you never know. They might surprise us.
I'm gonna pause it there at 13:54. And Deputy, you said after this you just strung up the scene with tape, correct?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
And having reviewed that body cam, is that a true and accurate representation of what occurred on October 21st of 2021?
Yes, it is.
No further questions, thank you.
Cross-examination, anybody?
Deputy, you indicated that the first gunshot you heard, that was in the direction of Canine Riggs?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see a muzzle flash for that?
For that, no.
No? Okay. And then you indicated the second gunshot you heard, that was in the direction of yourself.
Yes, or the actual muzzle flash. I heard a couple of gunshots.
Okay.
But I only saw one muzzle flash, and that was believed to be in my direction.
So where would you saw one muzzle flash, but you heard a couple of shots. So where would the second shot have come from?
I would believe probably when he was firing on Riggs.
Okay.
My guess.
So you believe Mr. Brown shot 3 times?
I have no idea how many rounds were shot or how many rounds he fired.
How many shots did you hear, though?
From what I say a couple, but it could be 2 or 3 with all the noise on Highway 50 and everything going on. But I do know solidly I heard 2 that I heard.
Okay.
That's interesting because a previous witness from the state said 6 shots. And that he pointed the gun below under his arm to fire at the first officer. So this is interesting that their testimony don't align. Let's continue.
And for the second shot, where you saw the muzzle flash, where was Deputy Tift in relation to you?
At that moment, don't know.
Okay. And do you know where Deputy Coltrip was in relation to you?
I know Deputy Coltrip was off to my left at that time.
Approximately how far off to your left?
20 feet, 30 feet.
Trim your beard, defense attorney. Trim it. Be presentable.
Okay. And for that muzzle flash, it was in the direction of you, not the direction of Deputy Coltrip.
From what I said, yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Just one.
What-
Deputy, how far were you
What-
from the?
what- Oh, we are over 2 hours. For fuck's sakes, ask questions. You said you were 20 feet from. You're clearly a lot further. Impeach this guy. Ask questions. Oh. Remind him of the previous testimony that this guy said he heard 6 shots. You said you heard 2 or 3 shots, but you only saw 1 muzzle poof of smoke. What the actual... Jesus Christ, come on. I thought at the beginning of the defense questioning, it was good. It was decent. It was leading up to something, and then meh. And what the actual... Jeez. You have to ask questions to him. Even if there's body cam and everything, you still have to ask questions as a defense attorney. You're supposed to advocate for the defense. If you can create doubt about did the defendant actually fire, or is everything actual shots from the police, then they could argue against the defendant shooting at the dog. What? Is this still sort of a clear-cut case? Sort of, but you have to, as a defense attorney, you have to advocate, you have to create at least a slimmer of doubt. And not just because of this witness, because if you can build on a little bit of doubt there, you can build on a little bit more of a doubt there, and further down the line you can create a narrative of doubts, which you then can use on your case in chief. And remember, I'm not American. I'm not from the US. And I know this. This guy, this defense attorney, has a law degree. He passed the bar. He chose to work as a public defender. And this is what is presented. That's...
Defendant, when you saw the muzzle flash.
A good 30 feet.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's all.
Anything on that one question?
No.
Right, you moved Exhibit 6 in?
I do move Exhibit 6 in
All
the
right,
evidence.
6 coming up. You're excused, Deputy. Thank you. All right, perfect time to take our lunch, folks. Be back at 1:30.
Hey,
Please
lunch.
don't talk about the case. We'll see you back at 1:30,
Let's
okay?
see.
Thank you.
And they are still on lunch.
Ken? Hold them. Hold them.
Yeah, I really don't have to trim your beard. You look like you're homeless, for fuck's sake.
I'm holding the jury, so take the
That's
defendant
not-
back now.
Okay. I also
And
have a
we'll call
beard
you
to
when,
cover up
we need
a
a
bit
minute
of
before
my
we have
double chin, but I trim it to be presentable. No, first it was 20 feet, now it's a good 30 feet. I'm wondering if he mistake feet from yards, because that's not 30 feet. Well, I don't have to go back to that defense.
Somebody tell me when
Opening.
he's gone.
No. Well, let's remove the sound. Let's get up to speed. I have to get some coffee, but meanwhile, I will let you.
That's what we've got on tap tonight over here. Because it is St. Patrick's Day, we've got a bottle of Bushmills. This was full about an hour ago, so that tells you what's going to happen tonight. And we haven't popped the seal on the Redbreast 12-year yet. We'll have to find a reason for doing that. All right, that takes care of the obligatory. Like I said, I'm 25% Irish. My father's family is Irish, Scottish. Scottish, English. My mother is her mother is Lithuanian and her father is Irish. So I'm 25% Irish, but today is St. Patrick's Day, so I'm 100% Irish. And there we go. So we've got everything. We are full Irish tonight, and we're also pickled herring Swedish.
I managed to find the only thing green in my closet, and it's not the Hulk. It is simply what I wear when I'm driving the combined harvester. And yeah.
Why do you drive the combine harvester in like April? March?
Well, I use it when I do it. I'm not doing it now. This is the only green I have, and the only connection I have with the Irish is probably my ancestors went over there to say hi.
Rape and pillage. To say hi.
Yeah, but
the Vikings went over to Ireland to say hi.
Yeah, hi! Get down! No.
The Vikings went to Ireland to say hi. Hello.
That's a fancy religion you have there.
You're correct.
Let's destroy it.
We're not doing a recap today because literally nothing happened yesterday, by the way, in case you were wondering.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing happened yesterday. It was a very normal day in court. The Vikings went to Ireland just to say hi. Hello. Hello, Irish people. That is the funniest shit I've ever heard in my life. The Vikings went to Ireland just to say hi.
I knew I couldn't say all the other words, and my mind blanked totally. Hi.
I'm trying to like flag some of these chats, and I can't because I'm laughing too hard. My hand won't stop shaking. Hello, Irish people. Hello. Hello.
Can we park here?
Oh, Christ.
Oh,
God, my rib. I'm getting an ab workout already. Oh, Christ. Oh, my God. Hey, KB, I don't get this joke. Essentially, like right around 1000 AD, the Vikings just went and literally raped and pillaged everyone in England and Ireland. That's kind of the story. The end. In actuality, they just raped and pillaged the entire country, and we're just joking about them just stopping in to say hi. Oh my jeebus.
I saw the chat here. Hey, I'm Irish and DNA shows I'm Norwegian. Yeah, I wonder why.
I said, like 3/4 of my ancestor are Irish, Scottish, and Irish, Scottish, and English, but my last name ends in son, so that tells you I'm Scandinavian by DNA.
Yeah. That was on the St. Patrick's Day stream on Legal Vices. And from that point on, my subscriber count has doubled. So apparently, yeah, doing good. And let's see, I starred 2 things here. At this right, he will win on appeal on the ineffectiveness of counsel. That is an extremely hard hurdle to reach, to go above. You're more or less, to reach that, you have to be drunk at the table, not showing up. Yeah, a lot of things. But it wouldn't surprise me if he tried, because that last witness had some inconsistencies in his testimony that should have been objected to. But if you don't object, you have no grounds on appeal on that issue. Now, with the body cam and everything else, probably nothing will come of it, but at least he has a chance. And yeah. Papa says this case is going to exemplify why public defenders are called public pretenders. They are pretending to be lawyers. But so far, I in this case, I can't really disagree, because this is... No, they are on lunch break. Yeah, oh, you mean that? Trial going to be over today. Yeah, at this rate, it won't last the entirety of the week. This is not good. This is really not good work from the defense. A 35-second opening statement. Let's check this again. This time, we are at normal speed. Good. Oops. Normal speed now. Fondling the microphone. Jesus Christ, trim your beard.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as the state mentioned, you're going to hear a lot of evidence and you're going to see a lot of video footage during the course of this trial. All I ask is that you keep an open mind, use your own eyes and ears to determine what happened in this case, and most importantly, I ask that you hold the state to their burden of proof to prove each element of each charge against Mr. Brown beyond a reasonable doubt. I'll be back after all the evidence has been presented, and I will ask that you return a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you.
33 seconds. 33-second opening statement. That's embarrassing. That is utterly embarrassing. They could have presented something in the line of in the body cam, you will hear and see guns being fired. What we argue is that this was not firing from the defendant. Something in the line of that. You will also hear testimony about the canine dog being allegedly shot by the defendant. We will argue that this was either a ricochet or a direct shot from the police officers. There are so much they could argue because you, in opening statements, you don't have to actually prove this in opening statement. Its opening statements is the narrative you're going to present. It's not evidence in itself. So a 33-second opening statement is not good. And I have to say that the way this, you're not supposed to look at the lawyer and judge by the appearance of the lawyer, but you always do. When I have two videos of mock closing arguments, mock defense closing arguments, and in those I will put my hair, ponytail, I will clean up here, put on a shirt, a tie, a coat. Because appearance matters. Reminds me of the show Norsemen. The Vikings raid an English monastery. Oh, this is from my and Vice's video. The Vikings raid an English monastery and unalive the monks as they are eating a meal. And the Vikings just think it was super nice to put food out for them. Yeah, that was really, really nice of the monks. But they were in my seat and didn't want to go. We Scandinavians really like welcomes, so when they put food out, we'll return. Yeah, invite us for dinner and we might stay for a while. I've taken a leak longer than that opening. Yeah, I might have as well. Line crime still not over with the lunch break. KKB, I was doing laundry and couldn't type, but y'all explained it to me why I'm a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Irish woman had me cracking me up. Oh, well, allegedly, the red Irish hair origins from the Vikings. If I find old photos of me, you will find that I have reddish beard, for instance, and that is from my ancestry. I can trace my ancestry not in a straight line, but I can trace it to the 11th century. Sadly, that ancestor was not one of the fighting Vikings, but a nobility of sorts. That straight line in ancestry that becomes of me being more or less a Swedish redneck. I was brought up in the woods of Värmland, where you have to check the genealogy of the person you dated so you wouldn't be too closely related. That was so. Oh, I wonder if I. Oops. Damn. Share screen. Nope. I accidentally. I will see if I can find. No, not that one. No, not that one. Why can't I add more? Well, I can always try to. Damn, wrong button. Sorry. Boomer moment incoming. Let's see if. Oh, darn it. I kind of can't find that picture. Well, no worries. Broken Baker. Everyone doing ancestry in Scandinavia will end up finding Ragnar Lothbrok in their family. Yeah, probably. That guy went around. No branches of the Storrow family tree. Well, fun story. When my mother and father got married, then they signed the certificate, marriage certificate. That's when they found out they were born in the same congregation. So they had to make a quick check on, oh, that was interesting. And but they were not closely related, luckily. They had common ancestries about 250 years prior, so we should be safe. And another fun story while we wait for Law and Crime to come back. My mother and father met at an insane asylum. Let's give that a few seconds to sink in. My mother was a nurse and my father was a god. But it's always fun to tell the story like that, that they met at an insane asylum. It was at Saint something in Örebro they met. Really? Really? Yeah, that's an interesting family history. Nurse and doctor was going to be my guess. No, nurse and god. My dad was at intake when the patients or soon-to-be patients were brought in. The ambulance or family members or the police brought the soon-to-be patient, left them in the intake, and then that's when my father took over. My father has a presence that is intimidating, maybe, if you see him for the first time. He is taller than me and about the same, at that time, the same weight as I am. So he was around 6'4", 6'5", 250. So yeah, he had a god look. but he is a really, really great guy. They used to have him there. They really had him there as a calming effect, because he has such a calming effect with him naturally, a natural leader, so to speak, that when he enters the room, he talks in a very soft, deep voice, and that apparently had a soothing effect on the patients that were outgoing, so to speak. That is big. Yeah, he's a big guy. Even now, when he has been retired for 20 years, getting old and not fragile, but well, sort of fragile. He's shrunk 2 inches and he lost weight. So now he's 6'3" and maybe 200, 220. And that's not bad for a soon-to-be 80-year-old guy. I have a video from about a month ago where I explain what a real alpha male is, and I describe my mother and father, how they got through my mother's illness. So if you have the time, please check that video out. It's about a month ago. It's quite easy to see. Maybe you can get it on stream one day. Maybe. That would be interesting, because my father also was a union rep back in the day. Now, he was an engineer and an elected union rep. So on the white collar side. So he might have some interesting stories of his own. So far I've only have one video about my life as a union rep, but that will be a series when there are quiet weeks of no trial and nothing interesting in the Andrew Tate case going on. I'm getting fed up with the Amber Heard cases, so I don't think I'll have one more update, and that is when the insurance case will be concluded. But other than that, I'm getting quite fed up with anything regarding Amber Heard. I do have a few videos on it for you to see. They are still on lunch break. Yeah, my father is quite a character, and he is one of these people who doesn't have to raise their voice. If he wants to be heard, he lowers it. So he already has a deep voice, but when he wants to be heard, he lowers it. And I remember when we once worked at the same factory, that, there was a bit of a ruckus out in the factory. So people were called to a meeting that to fix things, to sort things out. So at the podium of sorts, the engineers, the bosses sat down. My dad was one of them, and the workers facing them, and there was ruckus and there was a bit of shouting. So my dad stood up, lowered his voice 1 octave, and started speaking, and within seconds it was quiet. That was, yeah, impressive to see. Let's see here. I've been excited for the Sarah Boone case for a while now, JCS came out with a video about her the other day, so tons of people are probably going to watch. I don't know who Sarah Boone is. I will do a quick check. Oh, it's the suitcase thingy. Yeah. Yeah. Sarah Boone is the suitcase lady. Yeah. I haven't read up on that case, but maybe I can take a look at it and see if I have any of value to add on to that. Law and Crime still not on. Let's see. Oh, I forgot to put that down. Oh, I have a swoop, by the way. You want to see it? That is my Norwegian fire-farting dragon. Oh, she's going 7 defense attorney because they all keep quitting. Yep. Explosive thoughts. Nice. Thank you, Leafy. Thank you. It shorts fire. Yeah. If you have seen Lawyers and Dragons on... come on. There. If you've seen Lawyers and Dragons over at Hoglaw channel, there was an instance in that D&D game where he snuck up on a dragon. And then I remembered a glitch from an old game where where the dragon should have shot it out of his mouth, but somehow the glitch made it shoot out his other end. And so I started to search for that glitch, and this was created for me by, let's see, his name is Matthew Self. Very nice guy who has done a bit of work for other LawTubers. And he was very nice enough to create that swoop for me. Very nice of him. Yeah. Well, in that campaign, Hoag's character Rob's character snuck up behind a dragon. And all I could think was, well, if a dragon can spew out, why shouldn't it be able to shoot out fire? And that would have been immensely surprising for Rob in that campaign. Oh. Amanda, you say glitch, I say strategic. Yeah. Oh, that was so much fun. That was so much fun. Let me see if I can find other things to show you. Hold on a minute. I might even be able to show you. The video here as well. So, welcome back. If you're new here, I am Nick. I have been a... This is from my Let Me Tell You What the Real Alpha Male Is. Union rep for over 30 years. Negotiator, documents analyst in the European Union. And as you saw in the thumbnail, let me talk to you about what a real alpha is. Now, let's, for the sake of argument, pretend there is such a thing as an alpha male. Imagine this scenario. You are in your early 20s. Find a woman. Or she finds you. You meet. 6 months later, you move in together. Another 6 months, you get married. 9 months and 2 weeks later, you get your first child, baby daughter. 2 years later, you get a baby boy. And then, when that boy is 4 years old, that woman is diagnosed with breast cancer. Now this was back in the day, when that cancer diagnosis was more lethal than it is today. She pulls through 2 years of treatments. 3 years later, she starts to get a bad knee. It gets worse, and finally, after 2 years of extreme pain in her leg, they diagnose her with skeleton cancer. And then it took 8 years of treatments, hope, despair, until she finally got some rest. That is 16 years from day one to the last day of her, to the day she drew her last breath. And that man never left her side. That man, at the time, was working at one of the largest company on the planet. He turned down promotions. He turned down being factory executives, whatever it's called in English. He turned down huge amount of money to be with her. Who is that person? My dad. That is, if we even consider there is a thing called an alpha male, that is an alpha male. It is not running around picking up 18-year-old girls. It's not about calling yourself alpha, because that is a weak move in itself. It's not calling other people beta, which only proves it's weak. And watching all these Tate fanboys screaming, it's like watching tweens at a Justin Bieber concert. Nothing really manly about that. But let me get back on track here. It's about family. It's about sticking together, for better or worse. And to this day, even though my dad has moved on, he met an amazing woman a few years after my mom passed. He would still choose my mom through everything. And my mom got mean when she was in pain. mean when in pain. I won't describe it to you, but if you have been there, you know exactly what I mean. And he went nowhere. He stayed there. He took care of mom. He raised us kids, all of us. And to this day, he's a happy man who misses mom. Even though he's got an amazing woman now, he still misses mom. That, to me, is an alpha male. Yeah, that is my dad. An actual, if there is something called alpha male, that is an alpha male. Yes, it is. That's a true love story. I will try. Him and my stepmother spent half the year in Portugal and half the year in Sweden because neither of them liked cold. So they take their what do you call it? Husbil. I'm losing my English. Camper. They take their camper van. Big camper van down to Portugal, and they stay there from October until Easter when they are getting back. So they are coming back in a few weeks. They are driving back up through Europe now, I guess. And they really, really enjoy their life. So he will be back soon. But once they are back, we have everybody's birthdays coming up from mid-April to mid-May. There's a ton of people in the family who have birthdays because in Sweden there's something called industrial vacation. It means that somewhere between mid-June and mid-August there's our vacation time, 4 weeks of paid vacation. That's our right here in Sweden. 4 consecutive weeks of paid vacation. And at the end of that, if you count the end of that vacation time and 9 months, 9 months on, you end up from mid-April to mid-May. So yeah, a lot of kids are born in Sweden mid-April to mid-May. Let's see here if they are starting. No, not yet. Birthday or name day? Birthdays are from mid-April to mid-May. Let's see here. It begins on April 15th with one of my cousins, and it ends on May 15th. Now April 16th with one of my cousins to mid-May, May 15th with my father. And in between, in that month, we are 12 or 13 of us, cousins, aunts, uncles, mom, dad, everyone. Almost half of us have our birthdays in that 1 month span. And my younger sister is turning 40, so I'm going to bully her, of course, because that is my obligation as a big brother. They are between the oldest and the youngest. There is almost a 20-year span. Now, half of my siblings are my step siblings from my father's new wife. So we are not completely related, but we count each other as siblings. Family is more than blood or DNA. Family is what you make of it. And I have 4 sisters and 1 baby brother. Now, they're still not on. I did see some shadows moving over it, but still not on. What else can we have as an activity before? Let's see if I find a short. Sorry. No, not that many shorts. Let me see here. Yeah, if you didn't see it, it was supposed to be spring now. Snowstorm. Well, maybe not snowstorm. I don't know how much snow it will be, but I was hoping for sunshine. I need to get potatoes and carrots and leeks into the ground. Oh, well, one positive thing. I didn't change from snow tires this weekend as I was supposed to. Yay. Yeah. A couple of days ago, it was sunshine and it was starting to get warm and springy, and I saw a bit of flowers starting to get off the ground. And now it is cold as fuck out there. It is -5 Celsius at the time. We call late snows onion snow. Not sure if others call it that too. I call it, damn it, give me spring. I have a lot of words for it, but I don't know if we have a specific word for it. Hello, Elise. Welcome. We are watching Wisconsin versus Allan Brown. An alleged killing spree in Illinois, but they caught him in Kenosha. And there was a gunfight where he was alleged trying to escape. And so far, we have a defense that is almost invisible. Their opening statements were 32 seconds long. 32 seconds long. They have so far made no objections during the first 3 witnesses, which are 2 deputies and a crime lab assistant of sorts. You're very welcome, Laurie. Thank you for watching. And so far there have been no objections. It should have been at least a few, because the second deputy made some contradicting statements and some interesting statements around the shooting when they tried to apprehend the defendant. There was a shooting of sorts. I counted 13 or 14 shots from the police officers. I might have heard one shot from the defendant. And the first deputy officer at the scene, the first witness, claimed 6 shots, which, well, not sure why they didn't object to that, because in the state's opening argument, they claimed 2 shots. And so the first deputy officer said 6 shots of sorts. The second deputy first claimed that he was 20 to 30 feet from the scene, while he was more or less maybe 30 to 40 yards from the scene. And that he only heard 1 shot, but he believed that he heard 2 to 3 shots. So that's an inconsistency. The first officer also said that he noticed the gun because the defendant shot with a gun or pistol from under his arm. That is what he alleges, and that was before the canine officer Riggs, the canine dog, got to him, or at approximately the same time. That wasn't what the second officer said, because the second officer said that he didn't hear a shot until the canine grabbed the arm of the defendant. Hey, Mac, I think the defense is mostly there to represent his constitutional rights. I think they're public defenders. I could be wrong on that. No, they are public defenders. But just defending the constitutional rights, in my opinion, is not enough, because you have to actually advocate for your client. Yeah, both deputies said they were shot at, but there were inconsistencies in their statements, which I believe that the defense should have brought up. Just as I said earlier in the stream, the defense opening should have included at least a narrative to create some sort of doubt. For instance, claiming that the state cannot say that the defendant actually fired the gun, that the 2 guns that are allegedly missing from the gun might have been shot at a different time. They could have, well, yeah. Defense also failed to challenge enhanced video that had no audio. Yeah, that was very weird, because in an enhanced video, slowed down, you should be able to hear the gunshots at a lower rate, but in my opinion, more clearly, even at a lower frame rate. And that in itself should point to, was it 3 shots or 2 shots from the defendant, or 1 shot, and at what time? Yeah, I agree. Hey, Mac, I walked away for a second when the defense was doing openings, and I came back like 10 seconds later and they were going to break. I thought the judge interrupted to go to break or something crazy. Yeah, I agree. That was amazingly, in my opinion, probably the worst opening statement I have ever seen. I am in doubt that they will put up a case in chief at all at this time, because a 32-second opening argument from the defense. Did they ask any questions to the first witness, or just one question? Maybe just one question, which was also, but you have to ask something to build to the next witness, to build towards your case in chief. You have to ask something. So more or less on the first witness, they just reinforced the state's case, in my opinion. And then the one to the first, one or two to the second. Yeah, one question to the first, one or two, and less than a dozen to the third. Yeah, it was amazingly bad. I don't think in total the defense has come up with maybe 90 seconds of speaking time with opening statements and the defense, or the state's three first witnesses. And as I'm not American. I have watched a lot of U.S. trials, lots. Maybe in the last year I have watched a dozen trials, U.S. trials. But I'm not working in the United States. Oh, something is happening here. Sound is on. They are coming back at least. And there. Now I'm in front of Law and Crime. I have to remind myself to not use the word I used at another stream, because that was a bad word. Yeah, sure. Yeah, grab
Right,
yourself.
we're ready to bring the jury?
Yes.
Okay, bring the jury out.
Well, of course. Good timing. Now it's 20 to 9 here in Sweden in the evening, and I have to leave at 10. So we have roughly an hour and 20 minutes. If they're not done, I will continue to stream. No, I will do the last portion tomorrow before day 2 of the trial.
Rice for the jury.
Yeah, he's well fed. Good on you, Broken Baker. Yeah, the defense attorney, the male defense attorney, looks. He should trim the beard at least somewhat. Comb his hair, because the appearance of
All right,
the lawyer
the
matters.
court's going to call the case of Allan M. Brown again. 21 CF 1344. The appearances are the same. Jury is back in the courtroom. And we're going to continue with the state's case in chief. Who's the next witness for the state?
State calls Deputy Patrick Wyand, state's witness number 26.
What number is he?
26.
Thank you. Right, Deputy, if you could remain standing, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you shall give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
He doesn't take many runs.
Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
My name is Patrick, Patrick. My middle name is Allan, Allen. Last name of Wyand, Weyand.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Deputy, if you want to pull that mic real up close so we can all hear you. How are you employed?
I'm a deputy with the Sheriff's Department in Kenosha Sheriff's Department.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
Been a law enforcement officer in the state of Wisconsin for 26 years, serving about the last 21 years here with Kenosha.
Do you have any special education or training that qualifies you to be a law enforcement officer?
I have an associate's degree, I have a bachelor's degree, I have
How-
some graduate credits.
How fast do you run a 100 yards
I
dash?
have a lot of different training specialties here for the department.
Such as?
I'm a firearms instructor, a use of force instructor, a vehicle. I teach the use of taser, teach professional communications.
När du har fångat tusentals ögonblick och överlevt ett fall eller två är det dags att gå vidare.
Assignment did you have that day?
I was assigned a patrol, a road deputy, a road officer. I was working relatively the Salem area at the time.
What type of vehicle were you operating?
A
He
pickup truck,
doesn't run 100
marked
yards in less than
Ford
30
F-150.
seconds.
It has sheriff's markings on it. It says sheriff. It has lights, red and blue lights on it.
What type of uniform were you wearing?
Wearing very similar to what I'm wearing today.
So fully marked, identifying you as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
Now, on October 21st of 2021, what shift were you working?
I was working day shift patrol, about 6 o'clock in the morning to 2 in the afternoon.
At some point while on duty, did you learn about a call to Benson's Corners?
Yes, I did.
How did you learn about this call?
I believe it was Kenosha Dispatch had dispatched Deputy Gomez originally to look for or attempt to locate a vehicle that may have been involved in a homicide or had something to do with a homicide in Chicago. And when dispatch came over the radio, the first information, there wasn't a whole lot of material with it, but it was respond to Benson Corners, look for a vehicle that may have been disabled by OnStar, and it was mapping or GPS mapping at the location of Benson Corners gas station.
Did you know what type of vehicle you were looking for?
It was supposed to be a SUV. I believe it was like a brown or a tan in color.
You said you were in Salem, around there?
Yeah, within Salem, there's a couple different unincorporated areas, so specifically Trever.
How long did it take you to get from Trever to Benson's Corners?
It was approximately 7 miles, a couple minutes.
While traveling to Benson Corners, did you hear any radio chatter that kept you apprised of what was going on?
So there was further information that came over the radio that detectives out of Chicago were interested in the vehicle and if anybody was with that vehicle, and that if there was anyone located with a vehicle to hold them so the detectives could come up and interview them.
And while en route, were you aware of any other deputies who either had already arrived on scene or were en route?
Deputy Gomez was a ways away from the location. Deputy Coltrip was working relatively in that area. He volunteered to go. He called on scene. Deputy Avila was working the Paddock Lake area, which is really butts up to the Bristol area, which is where Benson Corners is. Deputy Avila called that he was going. Myself and Deputy Tift, Canine Squad, also responded. So as we were responding, Deputy Coltrip showed up first on scene. He made the comment over the radio that he
The
thought
charges
vehicle was
were there, but I'm not sure if
Deputy
he's actually on
Avila
trial here
responded,
for that,
showed up
or
on
that
scene.
they were just mentioning the charges
And then Deputy Tift and I basically showed up on scene
to have the
together.
full picture.
I want to draw your attention to Exhibit 1, which is directly to your right. Do you recognize that picture?
I do.
What is that a picture of?
It's a picture of State Highway 50 and the Benson Corners gas station convenience store and its parking lot.
So when you arrived at Benson's Corners, where did you arrive? Oh, and there's a little pointer now that we can use.
So this area here at the top is actually the eastern direction of Highway 50, and this is the
That's the
western
most
direction.
cardio he has done all
You
week.
can't see it on the map, but right about here, there's an entryway that comes off of Highway 50 and into here.
So is that where you entered?
That's where I entered. I was coming from the west on Highway 50 going east, and I turned north into the lot and met up with the other squads.
So when you got,
Yes, in this location.
so when you got there, where did you see the other squads parked?
Deputy Coltrip and Avila were down in this area. And as I said, Deputy Tift and I basically showed up at the same time. He was coming from the east. I let him pull in front of me and I followed right behind him.
When you arrived at Benson's Corners, what happened next?
We got there. Deputy Coltrip and Avila were there. Deputy Tift said, where's the car? They pointed to the easternmost direction, almost right next to where this truck is positioned. So that's the car. The brake lights were flashing on and off. We didn't know if somebody was in it or not. Assuming that the brake lights were flashing on and off, that somebody was in it. Deputy Tift said, hey, we're going to do a high-risk stop now. So we all made the formation that we're trained to do for a high-risk stop and approach the vehicle.
When you say high-risk stop, what is a high-risk stop?
So over the years, they've been called different things. Some people might refer to them as felony stops, but basically it's where, depending on how many vehicles you have, you form almost like an inverted V with the vehicle in front of you. It's used for things that you know may have a higher potential for risk. So you can establish cover from your vehicle and order people out of their car safely one at a time and deal with one person at a time if there would be multiple people in the vehicle.
And that's what you did in this case, correct?
We did.
So tell us how you and the other deputies approached the vehicle.
So I know that I was off to the right here. I believe Deputy Tift was here, Deputy Coltrip was here, and Deputy Avila was here. So we were in essence almost flanking the back part of the vehicle. Of course, when you pull up behind this vehicle, you have your weapons ready, you open your doors, and one person gives verbal commands to whoever the occupants or the driver of the vehicle is to order them out individually one at a time.
As you're approaching the vehicle, are you utilizing your lights or sirens?
I believe my lights were on. I don't think our sirens were on.
And in this case, who was the individual giving commands?
Deputy Coltrip took over giving commands because Deputy Tift, who had originally called for the high-risk stop, he's a canine officer. He had to deal with his dog and deploy with his dog. So Deputy Coltrip took over commands.
And what did you personally do as this high-risk stop began?
Prior to getting on the Highway 50, I stopped on 216th Avenue, knowing that we might be dealing with a higher elevated risk person. All of our squad cars have AR-15 rifles in them, and they're in a lock, like a locked box. So you have to unlock the weapon, and I charged it so it'd be ready to deploy for duty. Upon responding, and that weapon went right next to me. Once we formed our high-risk stop formation, I opened up my squad door, took my rifle out, and started pointing the rifle towards the SUV that was in question.
And as Deputy Coltrip is giving commands, what happens next?
I know Deputy Coltrip at least more than once said, this is the police, this is the Sheriff's Department, listen to my commands. At that point in time, a male white exited the driver's side of that vehicle. I believe he went around the front of the vehicle.
If you could show on the map.
Around the front of the vehicle, he came around this way and started going at an angle towards the front of the semi-truck, or the semi-truck that.
The dump truck?
Yep, the dump truck.
Okay. And then where did?
So at that time, we're hollering at him to stop, police. We all exited and we started following him. Now, when he exited right at the back corner, passenger side corner of that vehicle, he kind of took a couple stutter steps, I guess, slide steps, stutter steps. and it looked like he was trying to grab something or reach for his right side waist or jacket pocket. He had like a running jumpsuit type deal on, type of clothing on. I could, as he starts running through this way, and I could see a black object on his side, but I couldn't tell what it was. I assumed it was a gun. I yelled to the other deputies, he's reaching for something, he's reaching for something, I think it's a gun. He continued to run.
Video about what police.
All four of us kind of flanked out
Police
along the side of him.
experts
Where
actually
did you
know about
specifically
weapons,
run?
and
He started
there are
coming
some
this way.
lacking often.
Right through here. I was pretty much deploying alongside Deputy Tift and a little behind him because he had his canine out. His canine was on a lead at the time. When you're working with people with dogs, you don't want to get in front of their dog because the dog will go after what's in front of them. So I kind of stayed off to the side behind Deputy Tift as we're moving and provided cover for him. Deputy Avila, I believe from what I could see, and Deputy Coltrip, I believe they came up through here. So we were still kind of flanking off to the side of the subject who was in the center of that V. Deputy Tift did release his dog, his canine. His canine ran after the subject, jumped on him. The subject kind of reached down and his hands were covered, from my view at least, by the canine.
I'm going to pause you right here. Where are you when all this is happening?
I'm somewhere within here.
So in the driveway area to the
Yes, the driveway approach.
to the right of the dump truck?
We were going at a east-southeast direction.
And are you still holding your AR?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm communicating on the radio at the same time about what's going on.
All right. So you say you see canine rigs approach the suspect, correct?
Yes.
And then what do you see next?
I guess to use the term engage,
I agree.
canine rigs
I agree.
jumped on the subject. The subject's hands dropped down almost between his legs.
I can't argue against you.
A tussle between the canine and the subject running. The subject, to me, his body was more so pointed towards angled at Highway 50. As I'm watching him and we're still giving commands and communicating with dispatch, he kept kind of turning to his
I'm
left.
sorry. He kept turning?
He kept turning to his left, like behind him. I still couldn't see his hands because I could see the dog within, they were tussling. His hands weren't in my view at that time, but he kept turning over his left shoulder towards the direction of where Deputy Avila and Deputy Coltrip were.
Oh, and what happened next?
I heard Deputy Tift yell, he's trying to shoot my dog. He's trying to shoot my dog. I heard two pops, kind of looked up, trying to see who was shooting, because at the point in time, I did not see a weapon. I couldn't see his hands. Canine rigs released from the tussle with the suspect and turned, and I thought he was redirecting towards me. He was running towards me. So now I'm concentrating on the dog, 100-pound German Shepherd, running towards me, hoping he's not going to engage me. Started calling for Deputy Tift to call his dog. Riggs ended up running past me, and then eventually, I believe, ran out into the middle of Highway 50. As that happened, I continue to work myself up right into, I believe it was this little barricade here.
And that's a construction barricade, correct?
Construction barricade, yeah. And reported dispatch on the radio that there were shots fired, the subject was down, that the dog was hit. And at the same time, I was also trying to direct traffic not to come into here. These squads weren't there yet. And also maintain visual on the subject that was down and the other guys, trying to look and make sure everybody was okay.
At any point, Deputy, did you fire your AR?
I did not.
At any point, did you see anyone fire a weapon?
I did not.
You only heard it,
I
correct?
only heard it.
It'd be fair to say your focus was on Riggs instead of the subject at that point.
At the point in time when Riggs released, my focus was on Riggs.
And you said Riggs was actually running at you?
From my memory, he ran right past me, and I remember reaching down with my left hand and touching his back as he ran past me.
And then by the time you got to that barricade, the subject was already down on the ground, correct?
He was down on the ground. We were yelling verbal commands at him. I remember getting on the radio, saying that he was down. I couldn't see his hands. Deputy Gomez came from the east and stopped here and started to approach, and I told him to wait. I wanted to make sure that, the suspect wasn't hiding his gun or laying on his gun. I reported that there was movement from him. Eventually,
the dog was shot,
Schmidt
but he
ended
is
up coming
okay
in here
and
with his
back in
pickup truck.
duty.
And Deputy Gomez got alongside the pickup truck, almost like you'd see somebody alongside an armored vehicle. And they made an approach, and they ended up dealing with taking that subject into custody and rendering aid. At the same time, Deputy Tift said, we haven't cleared the vehicle, right? We have one person that exited the vehicle and ran from us, but we still don't know if there's another person in the vehicle.
I'm gonna pause right here. So you didn't assist in rendering aid at all?
I did not.
Okay. You instead made contact with Deputy Tift?
Yes. Deputy Gomez and Deputy Schmidt were already on their way to render aid.
Already enough deputies dealing with that, right? So Deputy Tift brings up the fact you need to clear this vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Clear it of what?
To make sure there wasn't anybody else hiding in there, anybody else that could come out and hurt anyone. And ultimately there wasn't. He ended up actually getting the vehicle before I did. He cleared it.
What did you do?
I started going towards there to clear the vehicle. He already got there before I did. I mean, I was up here, so I had to get all the way back down here. Deputy Tift yelled that his dog had been shot. Riggs was shot. Where do we go? So I said, Harris Pet Hospital's down the street in Paddock Lake off of Highway 50. And Deputy Tift loaded Riggs in his car, and we drove there.
Did you see Riggs on scene and see any injuries?
I did not observe any injuries on Riggs. He was running all over all over the place, not necessarily listening to the commands after the shots were fired. He seemed disorientated.
And you've worked with Deputy Tift and K9 Riggs before, correct?
Yes, we have many times.
Was this normal for K9 Riggs?
No.
So Deputy Tift loads K9 Riggs into his squad car, you said?
Correct.
And then what do you do?
I follow him. We drive west on Highway 50 towards Harris Pet Hospital. Yep.
How far is Harris Pet Hospital from Benson Corners?
Maybe 2 miles, 2.5 miles.
Do you drive lights and sirens?
We drove lights and sirens as fast as we could.
And what happened when you got to Harris Pet Hospital?
So as we were going there, of course, we asked dispatch to call. Dispatch calling the phone, letting them know we're coming. Dispatch did. Deputy Casey Rude, who's a school resource officer at Central High School, which is located right across the street from Harris Pet Hospital, heard all this on the radio. He went across the street and he met us with basically a medical crew at the front door of Harris Pet Hospital to take care of Riggs.
Did Deputy Tift go directly to Harris?
Deputy Tift wasn't necessarily, there was a lot going on. He drove right past Harris Pet Hospital, probably overshot it by a couple blocks. I got him on the radio and said, Deputy Tift, turn around, come back towards my voice. And we got to the hospital.
And what did you do at the hospital?
We got there, we made sure we were okay. The staff at Harris Pet Hospital is very accomplished staff. I checked Deputy Tift, made sure didn't have any gunshots on him, that he wasn't hit, that I wasn't hit. Sometimes when you're excitable and the adrenaline's running, you can be injured and you don't know you're injured. So we double checked each other. Deputy Rude was there checking us out. We were watching them render aid to Riggs. with whatever medical things that they did take some x-rays, and they arranged for Salem Rescue to come transport Riggs to a higher facility, level care facility for the canine.
In checking Deputy Tift, you did not observe any injuries to him, correct?
No.
And you did not have any injuries yourself, correct? Deputy Wyand, were you wearing a body camera that day?
I was.
Okay. Describe for the jury what's a body camera.
Basically, it's, lack of better terms for ours, it's a smaller device. It's almost the size of an iPhone or a BlackBerry Galaxy that records what we do. So if we turn
the one thing that is
everything's
interesting
working
about the
correctly,
body camera
we can activate
footage
ours
is to
by
hear
a button
the
to
number
turn
of
the wrist,
shots and see
turn
if
the lights and
this
siren on in
angle
the squad
shows
car. It
actual
will
shots
activate,
fired from the
and also
defendant.
there's a,
But then again, if the
I
defense
guess you'd
doesn't
say,
bring
a
it up,
GPS net
they don't bring it
around
up.
the area when we're
And
dispatched
they
to a
haven't so
call
far.
with the address, that once we reach within a certain distance away from that area, the body camera is supposed to automatically enable. So basically it turns on and it records whatever my torso is looking at.
Did your body camera activate in this case?
It did.
Did you turn it on or did it automatically activate?
I believe it automatically activated.
Have you reviewed your body camera before today?
I have.
If I were to show it to you, would you recognize it?
Yes.
And here
On
we
the
go with
screen, I'm
another
going to show
body camera
Exhibit
footage.
7.
So far, there have been no gruesome images, but you never know. If there are, I will not show it because I don't want to get yeeted out of YouTube for showing bloody images and stuff like that. Yeah, maybe. But then again, body camera is all straightforward. So if the dog runs by him, it's not. Maybe it won't show, but we will see.
Debbie, I'm going to play the first couple of seconds of Exhibit 7 and ask if you recognize it. Pause at 15 seconds. Deputy Wyand, do you recognize this?
Steering wheel
And what is
way
this?
in front of him so he
That's me
can
driving my squad car.
fit behind the steering wheel.
Orders. I'm also at the same time checking my remote for my body camera to make sure that it's on.
And is this your body camera from October 21st of 2021?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, permission to play the body camera?
It's been identified by the deputy. We'll play Exhibit 7.
And Deputy, I'm just going to play the whole thing.
218 to 308, I'm coming from the west. Just pull up by where do you want me? You would pull up next to 261, I'm going to explore.
Recording. Dispatch recording.
235, there's an empty.
has been updated.
Go ahead, Terry, call it.
Terry, Terry, front sheriff.
He's running. Hey! He's leaving the gun. Drop the gun. Shots fired, shots fired. Dog repaired, dog repaired. Subject's down, don't move, don't move. Put your arm on the side, do it now. Riggs, no. Riggs, down.
I didn't see him
Sheriff
touch
copy,
the gun.
subject's down. Officers are okay. Officers are okay. Put your arms on the side. Send rescue.
From that, I heard one initial
Arms on the
shot.
side now, do it now.
This witness, this deputy, saying shots fired,
Arms
and
on the
then
side, move now.
the onslaught of guns fired. But I still don't hear the supposed 2 to 3 shots. Why are you covering your camera, sir?
214 around.
Terry, you okay? All officers are okay at this point. It appears that the canine was injured. Subject breathing. We're not approaching yet. Wait.
Oh, he has his microphone right above his body cam. That's a really bad positioning.
235, hold up there, block anybody coming to our entrance. Put your arms on the side, do it now! You got a shield up there? Yes, he's still moving, Dave. Put your arms on the side! He's done. Arms out to the side, get away from him. 231.
Can anybody go over by 241 downstairs, Mark?
218's got 241. 218 and 261 at 241. Subject's got handcuffs on. Squad joker.
Subject got handcuffs on. 1129 squad, okay. Oh, please. Copy cards there.
Oh, fuck. 218 Sheriff, we're going to get the dog to the hospital. Where are you going? Pat Harris? Yeah. Call Harris. Call Harris. Call Harris Hospital. You good? Cool. Yep, I'm following you.
Yes, shot 3 times. I counted 13 or 14 shots. There has been body camera from 2 other, and I count 13 to 14 shots fired and 3 hits on the defendant, which in that situation is actually very good aim.
241 iron at the Harris Pet Hospital. Sounds like a gunshot to the head. I don't know what for the dog. I don't know what extent. What do you think that further?
units. We have the weapon used secured by the suspect. Weapon secured.
I am okay. We had a shooting. All cops are good. Riggs, the canine was shot. Subject shot.
I'll give you a car.
I am okay.
Yep, I skipped that part of the body cam footage because I didn't want to get yeeted, but you can find it on Law and Crime or Court TV live feed, because apparently they are allowed to show those, but I'm not sure I am. And I don't want to be yeeted just as my channel getting close to monetization.
Hey, I'm okay.
If you like my content, like, subscribe, and please comment. Watch my other content. Leave a constructive criticism, because I am fairly new at this. I've been doing this less than 3 months, and so I need every constructive criticism I can get so I can improve. That must have been the prosecution's opening, because there was no time to do it on the defense opening.
218, 241.
241, yours is back.
Right by Subway, you just passed it. Turn around, come back to me.
Go ahead. You can be headed to the hospital, so we'll be heading there, and we need this scene protected.
Copy, you're gonna need this scene protected at 235, go ahead.
235, shot, additional gunshot, left over.
10-4.
276 here, one also en route out west.
We're at the vet.
10-4, 276, I copy, you are at the vet, 218.
Check. Make sure he's good. Yeah. Carry your body, you're good.
Well, the evidence is in the testimony so far, and you might come to that conclusion watching the body cameras. But the reasonable doubt has to come through the defense attorney.
From there, Deputy Wyand, it was just more treatment of canine
And,
rigs, correct?
and so far,
And making sure
there
that
have
everyone
been
was okay, right?
nothing from the defense attorney to create that reasonable doubt.
And is that a true and accurate representation of what you remember occurring on October 21st of 2021?
It is.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Any cross for the deputy?
Just briefly, Your
Go
Honor.
ahead.
Deputy Wyand, I'll start here. Did you hear any shots before before canine rigs latched onto Mr. Brown?
No.
Good question.
So just to be clear, the dog latched on, and then presumably Mr. Brown and canine rigs tumbled to the ground.
Mr. Brown was fleeing legal and lawful law enforcement commands. He was reaching for something. The dog was released, and the dog engaged with him.
I understand that. That wasn't my question. My question is, once canine rigs latched onto Mr. Brown, did they tumble to the ground?
I don't recall If he was on the ground, on his stomach or on his back, I know what I saw was he was leaned forward, engaging with the dog, who was engaged with his hands.
I have nothing else.
Any
For
redirect?
fuck's sake.
Just briefly, Deputy, you just testified you didn't hear any shots before the dog engaged, correct?
Correct.
That's based on your memory, correct?
That is based on my memory. There was, as you could see, there were semi-trucks driving by closest to where I was by the highway. That's what I heard.
So there could have been shots beforehand, but you didn't hear any.
There could have been.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Any recross on that one question?
Deputy, how far away from Canine Riggs and Mr. Brown were you when this all occurred?
To guess, within 15 to 20 yards, we were relatively close.
So close enough to hear a gunshot had one gone off prior to the canine attaching to Mr. Brown?
All I can tell you is what I heard and what I didn't hear. That's my interpretation of what I saw.
Nothing else.
Okay,
Nothing further.
you're excused. You're moving Exhibit 7 in.
Yes, I move Exhibit 7 into evidence.
It'll be received.
That's a bit of avoidance from this
Our
witness.
next witness.
Thank you. State calls Deputy Terry Tift.
But I wish the defense asked more questions, because as for now, nobody of the two following officers or deputies has cooperated with first witness alleging that there was a gunshot towards him under the arm.
Spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
Sure, it's Deputy Terry Tift, and it's spelled out Terry Tifft.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. How are you employed?
I am a deputy sheriff with the Kenosha County Sheriff's Department
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
for a little over 16 years.
Do you have any specialized training or experience that qualifies you to be a law enforcement officer?
I do have a bachelor's degree in management of criminal justice from Concordia. I went to the Law Enforcement Academy in Green Bay, and various narcotics interdiction classes, and then my canine school.
Let's talk about canine school. What does it take to be a canine officer?
Oh, it's 8 hours. It's eight weeks of intense training with the dog, getting the dog when it's very young, and then training it up to be a police canine, and then certifications every year after that, plus continual training.
So your canine is Canine Riggs, correct?
Correct.
How long have you been with Canine Riggs?
I got him in the fall of 2014.
How old was Canine Riggs when you got him?
It was a year and a half.
And you said you did 8 weeks of training with him to be a canine officer?
Correct.
And then,
That's just a basic canine school, and then it's training every week throughout the life of the working dog.
so even last week you did training with Riggs, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. What is Riggs trained to do?
He is a full-service police canine, so he's trained to, he's a locating tool, so we use him to find narcotics, evidence, articles. He's trained in tracking,
Don't get me started on
apprehension,
canine
aggression
allegedly
control.
finding drugs, because, yeah,
That's about it.
that's
Okay.
A lot,
crap
but yeah.
science.
Let's
in
talk
my
about how Riggs was used in this case. That was for apprehension, correct?
Correct.
So what type of training specifically do you do to train a dog for apprehension?
Well, they're used to bite and hold. So when you're sending somebody on, what we have to know is a fleeing felon.
I don't know.
And it's got to be a dangerous felon,
About
like a
the
homicide.
Eighth Amendment
You can
violation.
release a dog. The dog is to bite a hold of the suspect and not rebite, just bite a hold and hold on.
Yeah.
And hold that suspect in that
You
spot.
can't be with a dog for more than, if you're with a dog,
So that's his
5
training.
minutes,
How do
you
you
love that dog.
Yep.
Unless they bite you.
tell him to apprehend somebody?
We give him a command.
And what's your command for Riggs?
It would be to get him.
So you say get him?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
We do that because it's under high stress situations. You want to basically just in simplest forms tell the dog
Grab
what you
and
want it to do.
apprehend, yes. Sniffing out
We
narcotics.
don't train our dogs in
will-
German
will
or
crack,
anything like
in
that
my
because in
opinion.
high stress situations, English is my go-to language, so it's easy to remember.
How do you train Riggs so that he bites and holds instead of, rebiting or playing tug or doing other things?
Lots and lots of hours of training with. We go to Tops Kennels in Grays Lake, and there's canine trainers there that assist us with that and constantly evaluate the dog to make sure that they're not doing that. Because our goal is to stop something and do as little amount of damage as possible.
And as part of your yearly certification, correct?
Correct.
Is that also part of the yearly certification to make sure that he's doing what he needs to do properly?
Yeah, we actually go to a vendor outside of Tops Kennels. We use North American Police Working Dog Association, or NAPWADA, and they have been certifying police canines since the 70s. They're nationally accredited, so they have no vested interest in the dog, and the dog does have to certify every year.
And has Riggs been certified every year?
Every year that I've had him, yes,
And was he certified on October 21st of 2021?
he was.
Now, as a canine officer, do you always have Riggs with you when you're on duty?
Almost always correct, yes. There's certain situations where sometimes I help out conveyance or stuff like that where I can't have a dog, doing prisoner transports, stuff like that on overtime. But on my general patrol assignment, always.
So are you always assigned patrol then because you have your dog?
Yeah, sometimes I work overtime, but yes, most, probably 95% of the time I'm on patrol with canine Riggs.
And what duties do you have as a patrol officer?
I do everything that a regular deputy does, and then when they need the canine, then I have him as well. So you heard other deputies talking about burglaries and extra patrols in neighborhoods and businesses and family troubles, and I do all that plus canine stuff.
So if another deputy, is working another scene and needs the canine, you could go assist him, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk about October 21st of 2021. Were you on duty with canine Riggs that day?
I was.
What shift were you working that day?
I worked day shift patrol from 5:45 to 1400. So it was around 6 o'clock is when we hit the road and we get off at 2 p.m.
Were you working a specific area that day?
I was working area 13, which pretty much consists of I-94. Riggs was purchased with HIDA funds, which is highway interdiction. So we're typically on the main highways, 94, 50, looking for narcotics and other stuff like that.
Strike that. When you are on duty, do you have a special vehicle because you have a canine?
I do. I have a Ford Explorer that's fully marked with sheriff logos. It has red and blue lights, and it also has caution canine on the side, canine on the back hatch, and then canine up on the front fender area.
When you're on patrol, as you were on October 21st of 21, what do you wear?
I wear basically exactly what I'm wearing right now. A uniform with police sheriff's patches on the shoulders, a canine unit patch on the left shoulder, sheriff on the back in big gold letters, and then everything up front with a badge.
And what does Riggs wear, if anything?
Well, sometimes he wears a collar. In this instance, he was just wearing his pinch collar, which is what I use for normal patrol stuff. I didn't have time to put any other collars or anything else on him.
So you're working kind of the freeway. At some point, do you hear officers going to Benson's Corners?
I did.
Tell me about that.
Well, my morning started with a burglary call. I cleared that, and while I was at that, I was using my body camera to take pictures and all that stuff. We had to clear that to get to another meeting down at the public safety building. I was at that meeting, and then as Deputy Gomez and I were clearing that meeting, we were heading back out to our areas. He was a Bristol car. I was Area 13, which encompasses Bristol plus I-94. I was coming out from the public safety building, which is directly over my shoulder here at 1055th Street, and I was coming out Highway 50 around Highway H when I heard Deputy Gomez say he'd be responding to that call. Not saying what the call was, I looked at the call notes on my squad computer and saw that Chicago was looking for a 2016 brown Buick Encore that was taken from a homicide victim. And they wanted that vehicle located and any occupants held.
Did dispatch notes indicate where this vehicle might be located?
They said it would be at the Benson Corners gas station.
Are you familiar with the Benson Corners gas station?
Yes, I am.
Where is that located?
It's basically located just west of Highway 45 and then on the north side of Highway 50.
And that's within the village of Bristol, correct?
Correct.
County of Kenosha, state of Wisconsin.
It is, yes.
So upon reading those notes, what do you do?
I started heading out that way. I was westbound on 50, like I said, from about Highway H, so I was a long ways off. At that time, Highway 50 was under construction pretty much all the way out to Benson Corners, so it was down to one lane. I turned on my lights and sirens, but there was only so much I could do because traffic was heavy until I got a little bit west of the interstate.
Do you remember about what time this was?
It was a little after 11 a.m.
Interesting.
So you're making your way out there. You said you had your lights and sirens on?
I did.
Did you turn them off at one point?
I did once I got close enough to where I thought anybody at Benson Corners could hear my siren. I turned it off.
Why'd you do that?
I didn't want to interfere with what the guys that were already on scene were doing.
That's a great
by them
move.
hearing police come.
Now,
Before
while
that
you're
needs
making your
some
way there, are you
from the-
monitoring radio traffic?
Yes.
And what are you hearing coming from Benson's Corners?
I heard Deputy Coltrip call that he was on scene, that the vehicle that we were looking for was there, and it was occupied by one person.
Anything else you remember?
Then I heard, no, I no, I don't remember anything else. I just remember trying to get there as fast as I could.
So Deputy Coltrip was there.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes, sorry.
Any other deputies you knew
Right in your backs.
were there
couch
before you got there?
potato,
I knew Deputy Coltrip was there,
Your
and then
demeanor. Yes. Oh,
I don't think I didn't know Deputy
you
Avila
look
was there till I
defeated.
got there.
So tell me about getting there.
Oh,
How did you get to
This
the
is
gas
so
station?
bad defense. This
Well,
is
as
so
I was
bad.
arriving, I know I
Right
remember
now.
Deputy Coltrip
Get a
telling me to take
shave.
the easternmost driveway in, but as I was heading west, I saw Deputy Wyand coming from the west heading eastbound. I was westbound, and then I saw the other two squads in the parking lot already, so I figured I would just go right by them and then meet up with them and then formulate a plan of attack on how we were going to handle this situation.
Deputy Tift, to your right, you'll see States Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that picture?
I do.
And what is that a picture of?
It's a picture of Benson Corners gas station.
If you could use that pointer that's on there, show the jury basically your route of travel arriving at Benson's Corners.
I was coming from this way, which is east of the gas station, and I passed this entrance and I drove west, and then I saw Deputy Wyand eastbound on 50. I turned in, which would be an entrance down here, and then he turned in after me. And then Deputy Coltrip and Deputy Avila were backed in to the parking spots right here.
So what happens when you pull in and now you've got 4 deputies there?
Well, to back up, as I was responding, I know Deputy Gomez was leaving the building with me. I didn't know he was further east than I was, and I was going to initially wait until he got there so we had more squads. But when I pulled in, I was parked about right here, and Deputy Wyand pulled up there, and then I was asking Deputy Coltrip and Deputy Avila where the suspect was, and they told me he was directly across the parking lot here, and that Deputy Coltrip was saying that he saw the brake lights coming on and off and a lot of moving in the vehicle. I knew that people were going in and out of the gas station, and I didn't want whoever was in this car to jump out and have us firing back and forth through this parking lot with all these people. So I made the decision that we were going to move in now and do a high-risk stop. We didn't have time to wait for any other officers.
So you're the one who made the call, we're going now, right?
So yeah, we're going now.
And the other officers followed you?
I'm assuming they all agreed that it was probably a good idea.
So you make the call, let's do a high-risk stop. What is a high-risk stop?
A high-risk stop is basically lining up behind the vehicle, using your squad as cover, and then calling whoever is inside of the vehicle out and back to you, as opposed to a normal traffic stop where the officer would get out and make contact
because the defense
driver's side
doesn't
door, passenger
object
door,
to it.
or however they're going to approach. It's something we do tactically in situations that are dangerous.
Do you always use rigs during high-risk stops?
Not always. Sometimes there's other canines there, and they may have them out, but a good majority of the time I do use rigs in high-risk traffic stops.
Before even initiating this stop, were you thinking that you were going to have to use rigs? If you recall.
I didn't know.
You didn't know?
No. I did immediately as we pulled up, I did get him out in case. The goal is to get everybody to just surrender peacefully and have the dog there just in case you need him.
So tell us about approaching. How do you approach the suspect vehicle?
So we pulled up and my car was here. I think this is Deputy Coltrip's and Deputy Avila's. Not exactly sure where Deputy Wyand was. I don't know if he was here or over here. Deputy Coltrip got out and he was giving whoever was in this car commands to come out, put your hands up. I was out of my car getting canine rigs, and then I heard he was running.
Did you see him run, or you heard he was running?
I just heard everybody yell that he was running.
Okay.
Because I was getting the dog out of the car.
So what did you do next?
I then saw him running along this fence line. I cut in and ran along the fence line too. I was yelling for Deputy Coltrip, who was also sprinting after him, to stop because I had the dog. Deputy Coltrip stopped. I ran in front of him and followed him, giving him commands because I seen him reaching in his pocket.
Okay, let's break this down. So you see him running. You give chase with Riggs, correct?
Correct.
Is Riggs running next to you, behind you,
He's in front of me on the end of the leash.
And you said he has a leash on at this point?
Yes.
How long is this leash?
It's a 7-foot leash.
7-foot leash?
Mhm.
Okay. Just make sure you're on the mic.
Yeah.
So 7-foot leash?
I was hoping for an objection, but it was just.
So Riggs is
leaning
in front of
closer to
you.
the mic. Jeez.
The suspect is in front of you, correct?
Yes.
You said at some point you saw an object? Tell me about that.
I saw the suspect reaching into his pocket and then pull out an object.
Did you know what it was at the time?
Yeah, it was a gun.
Okay. So you saw him pull out this gun. What did you do next?
That's when I let the leash go. I just dropped it and Riggs took off.
Does Riggs know to take off? How did Riggs know what to do in that situation?
Usually when we're running after somebody at training, he knows to go bite that guy. So I didn't have to say anything to him. I just dropped the leash and he ran. And I remember trying to angle the dog or guide the dog to go after the hand that was in the pocket, but he spun.
Who spun?
The defendant spun and reached under. I never heard a gunshot or anything like that. And then Riggs engaged the arm that was closest to him, which was his left arm.
So you saw the suspect spin with the firearm underneath him?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
How could he see that?
You said you did not hear a
The
gunshot,
defendant had
correct?
his
No,
back
everything was
towards-
happening so fast. I did not.
Okay. That doesn't mean one didn't happen. You just didn't hear it, right?
Correct.
But the next thing you saw was Riggs bites that arm, correct?
I saw him bite his left arm. Yes.
His left arm. And he had the firearm in his right arm. Is that right?
Yes.
What happened? What did you see after Riggs bit the suspect's left arm?
So Riggs is trained to go full speed and then launch and bite whatever is presented, which he did, and that tumbled the defendant.
So they go tumbling.
Yes.
What do you see next?
I then saw Riggs biting the arm, and then the suspect sit up and then point blank shoot Riggs in the head.
You saw that with your own eyes?
I saw him shoot. I didn't know he hit him, but yes, I saw him shoot at my dog. Yes,
Did you hear the gunshot?
I did.
Did you see anything else like a muzzle flash or gas that would indicate that the gun went off?
No, I just heard it. It all happened really, really fast.
So you see the suspect shoot Riggs. Did you see where he shot Riggs?
I did not know, but I knew he got him because Riggs has never come off a bite before, and he did come off and then kind of went off into the grass and laid down.
But you did see, you testified earlier, you saw at least that the gun was near Riggs's head, correct?
Yes, very close.
So Riggs gets off the bite and tumbles, correct? What do you see next?
The suspect was sitting on the ground and he still had the gun in his hand.
So what did you do?
I drew my gun and fired.
How many shots did you fire at the suspect?
I fired 5.
What happened next?
I fired until the threat was stopped. I saw the suspect kind of fall face first, and then his arms went out in front of him, and he laid there.
How far were you from the suspect when you fired at him?
I couldn't give you an exact distance, but I was fairly close. I was directly behind Riggs.
Did you have a good view of him?
I had a very good view.
Okay. Do you see him in court today?
I do.
Can you describe where he is seated and what he is wearing?
Right there, wearing a white pull-up button-up shirt with a purple tie. Got a beard and a shaved head.
Sounds about right.
Right. The witness has identified the defendant in open court.
So you see the defendant laying down on the ground. What happens next?
I saw my dog take off running, and the way I can explain it best, it looked like for anybody who's gone deer hunting or seen an injured animal, he was running out of fear. And they usually kind of like get to a safe place and they stop and evaluate their situation. My dog ran directly towards Deputy Wyand, I'm sorry. And I was thinking to myself, oh God, please don't bite the deputy. But I think in my mind, what I thought was happening was that he was running to what he thought was me and realized it wasn't and kept running. And then he ran right out into Highway 50.
Was traffic going on Highway 50?
Yes.
So what did you do then?
I had to run after him. And then he got into the median area.
Can you show on Exhibit 1?
I can. He got into so if this happened right around here, the dog ran out here and then got into the median area. And I caught up to him maybe about right here.
Line
and I just reached and grabbed for his leash.
The officer
and I caught part
and
of his
the suspect.
leash.
And what did Riggs do then?
So I was parked over here, so I had to walk him back. And as I was walking him back, that's when I looked and saw that he had a hole in his forehead.
And what did you do then?
I got him back to my squad, and then I put him in the squad and realized that nobody cleared this car. So I went over and I cleared the car.
And what does it mean to clear a car?
I made sure that there was nobody else, either a threat, a suspect, another suspect in the vehicle, or
a bit of warning. In 15 minutes, I have to leave.
So how did you clear the car?
My girlfriend
opened the
at her
driver's
job.
side doors
She is
and
an
looked inside
registered
and
nurse
saw that there was nobody
working
else
at the
inside.
ER. And if I'm not
What did you do
on
then?
time, I
Then
might
realized
end up in the
then
ER.
it, I was still kind of in
just
shock
so you
seeing
know,
my dog get shot. So
I will
then I
bring
realized
this
I got to get the dog to
into
the vet.
an end in about 15
so
minutes,
I told,
and we will watch
Deputy
the rest
Avila,
tomorrow.
that
I
Riggs
will
was shot in the
start the
head, and I
stream
had to
an
go.
hour before
So I jumped in my
the
squad,
trial
and Deputy
resumes,
Wyand suggested going to Harris Pet Hospital.
or an
so
hour and a
that's
half.
where we went.
Are you familiar with Harris Pet?
Vissa tror att
Sorry.
reviderad betyder,
Sorry.
men det är ett sätt att tjäna pengar på.
Going
I
through my
will
mind, so I
install
went right
an
past
ad
it.
blocker
Sure. So
for
you,
tomorrow, so we don't
Riggs
get
is
interrupted.
where in your vehicle at this point?
He's got a kennel in the back seat, so there, like if you can picture a car.
Don't install ad
the back
blocker
seat is
for
set up
my
as a
stuff,
kennel,
please,
so it's all metal,
because
and
when I get monetized,
you can roll the
I
windows down,
need
and
it.
there's vents
Okay,
on each
thank you.
side. So he's back in his kennel area.
Or at
kennel
least
portion of the
disable
squad.
it for my
How is Riggs
content.
behaving at this point?
I was looking. He never lost consciousness. He kind of just was laying back there.
Okay. How is Riggs usually in the car?
He's pretty good in the car. But after a scene like that, he'd
they
be
would
up and
be able
more
to
active.
pick out the defendant.
And that, so he was not acting as he normally does.
Just play for the gallery to point. The
So you
defendant.
drive to Harris Pet Hospital, correct?
I did, yes.
Do you utilize your lights and sirens?
I did, yes.
You said you know where it is. Did you go straight there, or did something else happen?
And I was driving pretty fast, and I went right past it, and then Deputy Wyand had to tell me to come back.
So did you then?
Yeah,
How did
I
you
looped
get back?
back around, and he was waiting for me to guide me in.
And when you got to the hospital, what happened there?
I walked Riggs in, and they took him in and started doing x-rays, and decided that we had to get him to a animal hospital that was more equipped to deal with that kind of an injury.
So before we get to that, while you're at Harris Pet Hospital, Deputy Wyand is there, correct?
He is, yes.
Are you checking each other for injuries? Do you remember that?
We did, yeah.
Were you injured in any way?
I was not, no.
Also, while you're at Harris, do you realize something about your body camera?
I did, yeah.
Okay, tell the jury about that.
So after the scene is done and everything's kind of calmed down, I was going to make a phone call to my wife and just kind of let her know what happened. And Deputy Wyand told me to turn off my body camera before I did that. And when I went to turn it off, I realized that it was never turned on. And the reason that was we had just recently got these cameras. Before that, we never had body cameras. And I was at a burglary scene before I went to the public safety building, and I was using my body camera to photograph that scene, footprints and all that stuff. The door was kicked in. So I was using my body camera to photograph that scene, and we were there right up until we had to be at this other meeting. So we left that meeting. I just threw my body camera right in here where it goes, but it was still in picture mode, and I didn't realize at the time, if the camera is in picture mode, it cannot be utilized as a body camera.
It can't switch to video mode by itself, right?
No.
Right, okay.
And I remember I hit the record button when I got out, but it obviously did not record.
So at Harris Pet Hospital, you realized your body camera did not record any of what happened, correct?
Correct. And that was all, I believe, captured on Deputy Wyand's camera, the discovery that it was never on.
Yeah, apparently due to his testimony, he has direct
So you said
line
at
of sight
Harris
to the
Pet
alleged
Hospital,
gun in the hand.
they make a determination to transport Riggs to another hospital, correct?
Correct.
Where is that hospital located?
It's in Buffalo Grove, Illinois.
How does Riggs get from Harris to Illinois?
Salem Fire transported him in one of their ambulances.
So Riggs gets a ride in a human ambulance, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's actually new case law on that allows police dogs that are injured in the line of duty to be transported by ambulance.
And what did you do? Did you ride with Riggs?
I rode with Riggs, yes.
And what happened when you got to Buffalo Grove, Illinois?
They took him in and immediately started giving him care. Told me that the bullet entered his forehead, traveled basically around his skull, and then entered below his right ear.
Exit below his right ear?
I'm sorry, exited below his right ear. Correct.
How many days was Riggs at the hospital?
3.
Were you there at the hospital, or did you have to go home? How did that work?
I was there with them, and then I had to go back to the county center and talk to investigators and do all that part while he stayed at the hospital.
When he was discharged, you picked him up from the hospital, correct?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive care instructions and everything to take care of him?
We did.
Like a normal pet, right?
Yes.
In fact, when Canine Riggs is not working, where does he go at the end of the day? At the end
Home
of the
with
shift?
me.
Home with you?
Yes.
How did you have to treat Riggs after he was released from the hospital?
I just had to he didn't have to have surgery or anything like that. He was very lucky. I think the way his head was positioned when he was shot, the bullet never entered his skull or anything like that. It just went around it. So I just had to give him a lot of antibiotics and medication for pain, and then keep the wound clean so he didn't get any infections.
How long did this treatment period last?
I don't know.
10 days, maybe. Okay. Give or take. I'm not exactly sure on that.
There's still no
I assume
objection
Canine
to
Riggs was
anything from the defense.
taken off duty for a while.
He was off duty for 1 month.
After 1 month, did he return to duty?
He did.
And is he still an active canine?
He is.
We talked about how your body camera was not activated during this incident. Did you have squad video?
I did.
Tell the jury how the video works in your squad car.
So it's like everybody else's. There's a little camera that points out the windshield, and it basically sees everything that you would see as you're driving your vehicle.
Is that something you activate?
Probably
that
will.
Dispatch
Probably will.
activates? How does that turn on?
It can activate in several ways. Once you get within like a certain proximity of a call, it'll activate. If you turn your lights on, your emergency lights on, it activates, or you can manually turn it on.
Did your squad camera activate in this case?
It did when I turned the lights on to go out there.
If I were to show you your squad video from that day, would you recognize it?
I would.
Your Honor, I'd like to put Exhibit 8 up on the screen for identification.
Okay, we will watch this squad car.
All right, Deputy,
camera.
I have Exhibit 8
then I
on the
have
screen,
to,
and I have it at time
got out of
markers
here,
6 minutes and
so I am
32
not late
seconds.
to picking
Do you
up those.
recognize this from this still?
We will
Or should I
watch
play a little bit?
the rest
You play a little bit.
of
Sure.
today, tomorrow before the trial starts. I will have a stream. So you have more time to tune in than you had today, where I tuned in more or less on a question on Twitter. Is anyone streaming this? Because watching Law and Crime
Stop it
stream
at,
is
7:01.
Well-
Deputy, do you recognize this now?
That's my squad camera, because that's
Not
Deputy Wyand
my-
eastbound on Highway 50.
And this is from
I don't
October
think I
21st
ever
of
watched a
2021,
Law and
Yes.
Crime stream. I only watch
Yeah, I'd like to play the squad
other
video for now.
law tubers.
Squad video
streams,
is
so I get
identified by the
objective
deputy. We can play
commentary.
Exhibit number 8.
I will start again at
And I try to be
7:01.
objective, and it is my objective opinion that the defense here is not doing a good job.
Where's it at? Right around the corner? Yeah. It's just off to the left of it. Okay. Hey, yeah, let's do a high risk stop on it.
Position 44, call. We on building from up.
The defense today is an embarrassment.
Shot fired.
Copy, shots fired.
Why think I'm wrong?
10-4.
I heard 2 gunfires at the start, or an echo of one gun firing. Just by the sound of it, I don't hear a difference between that gunshot and the following gunshot. But this is from a squad car. But I can't say I heard a difference in sound on the other cameras. But that's just my opinion. I'm not an expert. Yeah, there's a clear shot before multiple gunshots. I agree. But from whom? That's the issue here.
239, 23. Okay, supervisor.
214 is around.
204 hours.
Defense not doing their job, and a lot of prosecutor's case that goes uninterrupted.
Copy. All officers
So I'm not
okay.
having much hope.
We have a supervisor en route, a detective is en route, rescue is en route.
We will continue. I will have a summary tomorrow. We will start my stream an hour to an hour and a half before the day 2 starts, and where we watch the rest of this, and then the trial will commence. I will see if I can fetch any guests to have on tomorrow, but you never know.
Take quarters.
Yeah.
Where are you going?
241. Can I go over 241
Yeah, probably. They have a few expert witnesses, probably on the gunshot wound, stuff like that. But it should. This, I don't see this trial going all the way to Friday.
Copy, card clear.
Well, okay, we know what will happen. During the rest, they will go to the hospital and everything. So I will stop my here, and we will continue tomorrow, because now I am in a bit of a rush. So I will can get my girlfriend at her job. Thank you all for tuning in. I hope to see you all tomorrow. Like, subscribe, watch other of my content, give praise if there is one, or constructive criticism if you have those. And well, I'll see you tomorrow. I don't know the exact time, but I will put up a stream for it for you, so you can be prepared, more prepared than tomorrow. You all have a nice day, folks, and I'll talk to you later.